Hey everybody, we're back. Video games. Analog mode. Nice. This was going to happen sooner or later this year. And the sooner we do it, the sooner we can start Spyro 2, which is a better game. In all fairness, though, Spyro 1's good. Like, it's a solid game. I just have played it several times in the last few years. And it's like, but I want to play Spyro 2 instead. I did a 100% playthrough of this for my Let's Play channel. And it was like, I don't want to do it again. But we gotta do it so we can get to Spyro 2. Can't even play him.
Okay, rolling.
Oh, it's been peaceful here in the Five Worlds, or is it 6? For a dragon's age. We now have 12,000 treasure, or is it 14,000?
What about this Ganasty Gnorc character? Now I understand he's found a magic spell to turn gems into warriors for his cause.
I'll take that question. Nasty Nork is a simple creature.
Simple.
He has been contained in a remote world and is no threat to the Dragon Kingdom. No threat! Besides, he is ugly. Ugly? That does it!
Looks like I've got some things to do.
So, Spyro 1. Developed by Insomniac. Not the first game they developed. Not even the first game they developed on PlayStation. They developed a game called Disruptor before this. I need to decide whether I'm going to want this as passive or active. The game selection redemption is in the Hornet Redemption's Flame.
Thank you for releasing me, Spyro. Free 10 dragons in the Artisan world. Then find the balloonist. He'll transport you to the next world.
What about Nasty Nork? I'm going after him.
Find dragons first. That's all I can tell you.
Oh, is it not turned on? Oh, you're right, it's not. What a shame. Give me a second. There we go. Now it's turned on. I also reserve the right, as always, to refuse some of these games. Like that. So I'm just gonna open this up. Gonna reject that so he gets his points back. No. Doom? PlayStation Doom? Absolutely. Final Doom? Not on PlayStation, no. No.
Where's Nasty Nork? All torch.
How you guys doing?
Keep your horns on, Spyro! You have much to learn first. Do you know what the dragonfly following you is doing? His name is Sparks, and
So,
he's
like-
helping and protecting you. Keep an eye on him and see what I mean.
At what point did you believe this to be a democracy? Sorry, can't be that bad on controllers. I'd play Plutonia with a controller anyway, and PlayStation Doom's controls are fine. It's really more resolution than anything. Resolution and saving ability. It's like, if I'm gonna play Plutonia, which, let's be fair, it'll be Plutonia, I'm not gonna play TNT Evolution, because, no. Oh, I should change that, shouldn't I? With something like Twisted Metal, you're probably going to get one stream out of that. Yeah, that's what I'm doing right now, Teak. Yes. Okay, so let me reject Twisted Metal. There you go, and now you can try it again. I'm going to turn this off. I can feel it very quickly. But yeah, with Plutonia, like, it's more the ability to do proper quick saves, and a clean resolution more than anything else. Yeah, Teak, if you want to put Twisted Metal in again, so it'll come up on the redemptions as Twisted Metal, go for it. I really missed the hover from Spyro 2. Okay, so the important thing here is to make sure we get everything from this world before we enter one of the levels. Because otherwise the enemies will respawn. Tomas.
Hey, Spyro, press the jump button twice to glide, and don't be afraid.
Afraid? Of what?
Falling
No
from
matter how
high
bad
mountain
the overhead
peaks,
platforming
plummeting
is.
into prehistoric glaciers.
Oh, that.
I said from the start of, like, allowing you guys to choose games for me to play. Like, I will veto some of the bullshit you guys will inevitably pick. Like, if Teak doesn't own Daikatana already, I'll be very surprised. I stand by Alundra being a good game. Like, I will not tolerate this bullshit. Absolute slander. Alright, so we got that side. Did I get this side? Besides, see, you don't get to make any kind of argument with that. You put a list of games we could choose from. And it's like, okay, these are all fair game then. And Alundra's a good game. Don't at me with that. Look forward to when I play Alundra 2 later this year.
Cool Flash, do that again.
The artisan's boss is through a portal in the Dragon Mouth, but you are not yet ready, Spyro. First you must complete one of the other artisan lands.
So Spyro's really a pretty basic collectathon platformer. Though it operates a little differently to your standard collectathons. There's multiple things for us to collect. Dragons, the gems, and eggs. Dragon eggs. There we go. Let's go do a world, shall we? Let's do the secret world that we don't actually get told how to unlock until a later level. The first flying level. Everybody's least favourite part of the game. If I can get this in one try, I'll be happy with it. There's one. The ninja gets it. Go for a game you're gonna play anyway, making it such a comfort. Yeah, go for it. I'm not gonna make this. There's a specific route to take in each of these, and figuring it out is the big problem with this. Yeah, generally, like, the bullshit is off the table. Honestly, like, you put stuff like Masters of Terraskasi or Bubsy 3D, and those are going to get rejected. In all honesty, like, if you want to throw Kingsfield or Shadow Tower in, play them, go for it. I can't guarantee there'll be full playthroughs, but go for it. We'll do at least one session of them. Ideally, I want to keep fighting games off there. Racing games is also a little bit like, because there's not a whole lot to keep you going with it. Like, Crash Team Racing, yeah, sure, because there's a story mode to Crash Team Racing. Like, there's a full single-player adventure mode to play. Like, I'm not going to restrict it as much as I'm making it sound. Dino Crisis is light on bullshit? What are you talking about? By the extremely slow game mechanics. You say that, but then you bring up Baroque as if that's not going to be extremely slow and just kind of bullshit. I expect to be fascinated by Baroque, but I do not expect to enjoy it. What's the other thing? Chests. Where are the chests? Einhander is a Squaresoft shmup, and it's really good. Parasite Eve is definitely a game I intend to get to this year. I'm aiming to do more streams this year than I did last year. What was it? We ended up with the Twitch recap at the end of the year said I did like 120 streams or so. And I was like, I should have done more. Especially considering some of you guys were paying for it. Come on. Yeah. Other than, like, the genuine bullshit and nonsense, like, I'm not gonna do stuff like Rascal or Bubsy 3D or Batman Gotham City Racer or Batman Beyond Return of the Joker or Batman and Robin or Batman Forever the arcade game. But, like, anything you want to go for is interesting and like not awful. And like I say, ideally not fighting games and stuff. There we go. All racing games. Oh, I didn't want to do this again. But like, Ironhander's a good shot. Definitely down to do that. Beyond that though, anything that we haven't done? Like, you can redeem Resident Evil all you want. We're not doing it again. You know, now's a good time to find out, Flame. Also, Teak, if you wanted to actually redeem Twisted Metal, you'll have to redeem it again. I'll be honest, I played like 10 minutes of Vagrant Story.
Welcome to Town Square, Spyro. Begin exploring by gliding to that area with the bulls. Use the L2 and R2 buttons to get a good look.
I thought you had points for one redeem. Considering, like, rhythm games on the PS1 is really just Parappa the Rapper and Jamalami. It's like, what else are you gonna pick? Vib Ribbon? Oh, I can't play the CDs for Vib Ribbon. I'm gonna say no. Because I have never understood the timing for Parappa the Rapper. And given how the last time we streamed a rhythm game went, I'm gonna be like, let's not spend 2 hours on a single stage again. Like, Guitar Hero Man was fun, but, like, Guitar Hero Man was also painful. And yeah, like, like, the furthest I've ever gotten in Parappa the Rapper is, like, the third stage.
I had the worst itch on the tip of my wing. Oh, did you know that you get your longest glides by pressing X at the very
If you
top
want.
of your jump?
Bear in mind, like, you've redeemed Einhander, so it'd come after Einhander. Vagrant Story. Vagrant Story is a game I would have definitely gone to. Do we still have that redemption from Teak? I'm pretty sure I rejected it. So that he could redeem it again with, like, the actual name on it. Oh, yeah, Flame redeemed that. Okay, let me reject Flame's redemption. Now Flame can do a proper redemption. That's why Flame didn't have the points. So now that Flame has tricked Ninja into redeeming Vagrant Story for him, he can redeem his own game. Let's go get one of those butterflies. Yeah, the issue we had before was I forgot to put requiring you to write a message on the redeems. So Teak's redeeming stuff, and all I'm getting on my end is like choose the next PS1 game and not what that PS1 game is
You've got to track him down and get that egg.
on the redemption list.
I'm getting a little winded.
I cannot promise that I would finish Die Hard Trilogy. Like, I'll play it for the length of a stream. I cannot promise that I would finish that game. Well, that's up to Ninja. And also, like, bear in mind, Ninja's been watching me for literally years at this point, and doesn't get a whole lot of opportunity to redeem his points. Which is the only one you actually enjoyed. Yeah. I mean, Die Hard 2's campaign is pretty fun. Mostly if you've got a compatible gun controller. Which, like, I don't think it was compatible with the Namco GunCon 45.
Thank you for releasing me.
Conceptually, Die Hard with a Vengeance's campaign was fun, but you would never finish it because it was very quickly bullshit and didn't play well. It did not control well. Rejects it so Flame can do it himself. Alright. I should just have this page open. Ew. Vagrant Story. That'd be fun. I'm interested in playing Vagrant Story. It's part of the Ivalice Alliance as well. Which is a collection of games set within the world of Ivalice. The Spyro trilogy altogether... maybe like 25 hours? Like, if you're going for 100% in all 3 games, maybe like 25 hours. We're only doing the first game at the moment. Like, I'm not going to do this and then jump straight into Spyro 2. I'm doing this now, and then, like, at a later date, when I feel rested enough, we can jump into Spyro 2. This will probably be, like, 2 sessions. Part of the reason why I was like, yeah, let's do PS1 games was, for the most part, like, PS1 games generally aren't that long. With the exception of RPGs, a lot of your PS1 games would range from, like, 5 to 12 hours. Yeah, the copy protection on Spyro 3 is kind of a fascinating thing. It reads for probably a checksum. And if it doesn't find it for whatever reason, because you've got a copied disc, or because the disc itself is scratched in a particular area, which I've heard is the case, I've never properly confirmed it, then it will register the game as being pirated, and
When you free a dragon or
will
step on
not
one
let
of
you
their
complete the game.
platforms, you're saving your progress. That could be useful if you run into trouble. Not that you ever run into trouble, Spyro.
Anti-piracy measures are generally kind of fascinating. At one piece of the ceiling was going crazy. Like, I love creative anti-piracy. It's such an interesting thing.
After you've freed all the dragons, pass through this fancy vortex thingamajigger. It'll take you back to the artisan home. But first, let me tell you a story.
No thanks.
One thing I really appreciate about Xbox achievements is that they'll tell you why you got the achievement when it pops up. And it's like, retro achievements don't do that, PlayStation trophies don't do that, and it's like, you know what, it'd be really nice if you just... Yeah, with PlayStation, it's like, oh, you got a trophy. Press the PS button to just come out of the game to find out what it actually is. Sometimes copy protection triggers, sometimes it wouldn't. If you've never looked up the copy protection system in Spyro 3, it's worth looking into it, because it is kind of fascinating. Like I said, I just have kind of an interest in creative anti-piracy measures. The DS had some pretty interesting ones.
Spyro, my friend, how about a hint on gliding?
You bet.
For the longest glide, press the X button at the top of a jump, and try pressing the triangle button to drop down in mid-flight.
There's stuff like the DS version of Chrono Trigger. If the system detected that the game was pirated, or if the game detected the game was pirated, the first time you go into the time vortex, it would just, you'd never come out of it. It's a good idea. I like that. I'm never going to play Killzone 3, but I like that. That's not fair, I might play Killzone 3 one day. I enjoyed Killzone Mercenary. Like the only Killzone game I've played all the way through. I remember Killzone 2 was big back on the PS3. Everybody was like, Killzone 2's like genuinely really good. But I remember Killzone 1 wasn't particularly well received, and I played it, and it was just kind of Killzone Mercenary, though. Killzone Mercenary I really enjoyed. Oh, head down by comparison. Yeah, I've heard that. Oh, actually, I did play a little bit of Killzone Shadowfall, I think it was, on PS4. Which was... I bought because I really enjoyed Killzone Mercenary. And I put, like, an hour into it. I don't really remember anything of it. I really want. Yeah, Killzone Mercenary is on Vita. It stands out largely because it's one of the few first-person shooters on Vita, and it's really good. Like, it's a lot of fun. Really enjoyable to play. Back when Sony was pushing the Vita as, like, a AAA console-level handheld. It's like, it looks great, but it's also really fun. I hate this level for collecting everything. A bunch of it is just running around this open area trying to find everything. That makes sense. If you've ever seen the early, or like any information on like the early builds of the original Tony Hawk's Pro Skater, when they were building the demo, when they were building the prototype for it, they used the character model from their previous game, Apocalypse. I'm sure there's a key around here. And so that's why you, like, every now and then you might hear about how Bruce Willis was playable in the original Tony Hawk's Pro Skater. He wasn't. Yeah, the Bruce Willis model. Like, they used that in the early prototype while they were building the skateboarding engine. Apocalypse is generally a fun game. One of the earlier iterations, I think, of a console twin-stick shooter. Like, it's not using two sticks because it came out before dual analog was a thing on the PlayStation. But the whole concept is there. You aim with the face buttons and everything. It's absolutely that. In the same way that Smash TV is. I love Smash TV. Like, you ever turn to me and ask me one day, like, hey Chrono, what's your favorite Midway arcade game? And like, the answer's gonna be Smash TV. Not gonna be Mortal Kombat. Give me Smash TV. Well, I do have kind of a soft spot for Sinistar. But they weren't called Midway when they published that, when they put that out. Probably Smash TV. Love me a bit of Smash TV. But yeah, Sinistar's also fun. Hey, how you doing, Amber? You get tired of Dead by Daylight already? Yeah, the suffering was Midway. Maybe one day I'll play the sequel, Suffer and the Ties That Bind.
Watch the dragonfly, Spyro. His color indicates his power.
Lag was really
When he
bad.
eats butterflies,
Thank you for the raid, and thank you for the subscription. Welcome on in, we're playing Spyro the Dragon. The second game we're playing in our year of only playing PlayStation games. I would introduce myself to the people who have come in your raid, but I'm pretty sure they all know me at this point. Thanks for shouting Amber out, Ninja. The first one was Spider-Man. We played Spider-Man on PS1 on Sunday. Went through it twice, actually. We did the standard game mode, and then we did what if mode. Ninja was here. Oh, I remember where the fucking key is. It's down here. Absolute nonsense level. There we go. Yep, did it twice. Didn't die. How you doing, Amber? There we go. Oh, Doc. Got a lot of enemies, bitches. And that's it. It got a little tense, I'll admit. Like, we got very close to being caught by Monster Rock, but we managed to do it twice. He didn't look either. I was tense. Like, especially that second time we did it, I was very tense. Doing okay. Doing okay. We are 3 levels down in this world. I think there are 2 more. And then we can go to the second world. Yeah. If anybody who came in with the raid is interested, like I say, we are playing only PlayStation games this year. We also have the option as a point redemption for you to choose a PlayStation game from each stream. We have currently had 2 redemptions of that, so the next game we'll be doing will be Ironhander, which you may or may not be aware of, but is a pretty fun little Squaresoft shmup for PlayStation. And then after that will be Vagrant Story, which is also another Squaresoft game. If anybody is interested, the redemptions are 25,000 points. Redemptions are... Christ. Of course Amber was going to redeem Casper. I say to you, if you want to put Twisted Metal back on there, go for it. Like, it's actually set up now, so it'll record what the game you choose is. Yeah, for the most part, the restrictions on what you can choose to redeem are pretty loose. Ideally, like, no fighting games, no racing games.
Big enemies like this Gnorc with the club cannot be charged.
You can always
But a
watch the
quick
VOD.
flame, that should defeat them.
No bullshit games. Like, no genuine bullshit. Like, don't turn around and say, Bubsy 3D or Rascal. or something that is just genuinely known to be terrible. Like, don't turn around and say South Park for the PlayStation. If I was going to stream that, I'd be doing the Nintendo 64 version. Yeah, Twisted Metal is probably going to be, like, if you want to redeem Twisted Metal again, that's going to be like a single session thing. Fuck, I didn't mean to do that. Of course, Twisted Metal 2 would be the better choice. I have to kill everything again. Yes, I do have 40 Winks. Interesting little platformer. I've never played much of it, but I don't deserve Twisted Metal 2. What? What a brutal call-out that I do not deserve. Yeah, I only ever played the demo of 40 Winks myself. I intended to start it at some point last year, I think, or the year before, just in my own time. And didn't, for some reason. Yeah, I know 40 Winks.
Oh, it's you. I wasn't sure if you'd escape those annoying little creatures. Of course, they wouldn't bother me, but here's a hint. Metal armor is fireproof, but a charge attack will take care of them.
So, fun fact, I never really played Twisted Metal when I was but a lad, looking for my true vocation. The vehicular combat game that I had on PlayStation was Star Wars Demolition. Which was developed by the developers of Vigilante 8. Which I've also never played. I played Star Wars Demolition. It had Darth Maul as an unlockable character. I'm okay with that. I enjoyed it. We've done Star Wars Demolition on stream before. I played some of the Dreamcast version, as I recall. Yeah, we'll be here. Imagine playing Master of the Terrace Castle, never getting to play Tekken. Imagine playing Battle Arena to Shinden and never playing Tekken.
Spyro, want to know a secret?
You know that's happened to
Use
some
the
people.
triangle button when you want to zoom in and look around. Oh, you're seeing
Oh, it's
the same
Clip.
for me.
Oh, there's the key. Zeke played Battle Arena to Shinden, and I think that explains everything. Like, why is Teak such a bitter, angry man? Because he played Battle Arena to Shinden as a child. His chat sound be the sound I'm biting and say, whore. Versus whore. Where else am I going? Played Soul Blade as a child. I didn't play any of the Soul games until Soul Calibur 2 on original Xbox. Any amount of points for me to make that happen. You know, even at this point, Soul Blade is the only Soul game I've not played. I've never played Soul Blade or Soul Edge. I've played Soul Calibur at this point. I played Soul Calibur, Soul Calibur 2. I spent a lot of time on 3 when I got my PS2. Done some of 4, done a little bit of 5. I've probably spent more time on Soul Calibur 6 than I have on any other fighting game in the last 4 years. Which isn't even that much, honestly. And I played some of Soul Calibur Broken Destiny on PSP. I haven't played Soul Calibur Legends on the Wii, though. Soul Calibur 1, though, like, OG Soul Calibur on Dreamcast is, like, definition of a perfect fighting game. It is so good. Yeah, it's Broken Destiny on PSP. Like, seriously, OG Soul Calibur, so good. Yeah, because for some reason, Sony offers PSP games as, I think they're a PS Plus bonus or something. And there's a few cases where it's like, oh yeah, the PSP version of this game. And it's like, why not the PS2 version, which was absolutely superior? Or the PS3 version. Like, I think you can get Tekken 6 on, like, the PlayStation Plus game collection, whatever. And it's the PSP version of Tekken 6. Which, don't get me wrong, the PSP version of Tekken 6, great. If you wanted to play Tekken on the go, there was never a better way to do it than Tekken 6 on PSP. But it's like, hey, if I'm playing this on the console, I'd rather have the console version of Tekken 6. And so you run into the problem, bearing in mind, Tekken hasn't been exclusively Sony in a very long time. Because we had stuff like Tekken Advance on GBA and such. But, like, Tekken's predominantly considered a Sony franchise. But you can play more Tekken games on Xbox. On the current generation Xbox than you can on the current generation PlayStation. Is that true? 3? It might be the same. But you can play the better Tekken games on Xbox. Because if you have the PlayStation Plus collection, you can get Tekken 2, as well as Tekken 6 on PSP, and then you can get Tekken 7. But on Xbox, you can just buy Tekken 6, Tekken Tag Tournament 2, Tekken 7. It's like Tekken 6 and Tekken Tag Tournament 2. Genuinely great. Like, Tekken Tag Tournament 2, the peak of the series. There we go. I haven't played the story mode of Soul Calibur 6. I've only played the Versus mode. Tekken 5 is really good as well. Like, I own Tekken Dark Resurrection on PS3. Dark Resurrection Online. Which is the update. The revised update of Tekken 5. And it's like, you know what? I like Tekken 6, but they changed some things in the way Tekken works. And sometimes it's really nice to just go back to Tekken 5. God damn it. Namco should absolutely do another Tekken collection. Yeah, Lily and Dragunov were added in Dark Resurrection. Yeah, like, Tekken 5, though, like, if you want to talk value for money, as far as Tekken goes, Tekken 5 was really good. Because not only did you get Tekken 5, you also got the arcade versions of Tekken 1, Tekken 2, and Tekken 3. They did, though, Flame. In Tekken Tag Tournament 2. There we go. Well, in all fairness, though, Flame, like, there's only been one Tekken game since Tag 2. Tag 2 had everybody. Like, that was very much the point. Part of the reason why I love Tag 2. Absolutely everybody. Okay, so that's everything, right? But yeah, Tag 2 just generally great. But good. At some point, I do want to do a Mortal Kombat Armageddon stream. Because it has a conquest. It has conquest mode, which is like a proper story mode. Like I think I've discussed before. Like Armageddon, Shaolin Monks, MK9, 10, and 11. I don't care about MK1. I'm not interested in even buying that. Like MK, Armageddon, Shaolin Monks, 9, 10, 11, and possibly Deception. Because like Deception's conquest mode is simultaneously interesting and also boring. Because like conquest mode in Deception, it's a glorified tutorial mode. It also lets you like properly explore all the realms. And it's really kind of interesting. But like I said, the problem is it's really just a glorified tutorial mode. So I'm unsure if I'd want to end up streaming that. Glorified tutorial mode that takes like 10 hours. Yeah, Mortal Kombat could be fun for it. I would like to note we will not be playing Mortal Kombat Mythologies Sub-Zero. Fuck out of here with that shit.
Hi, Spyro. Sparks the Dragonfly.
Like, if you've ever seen anybody take, like, a proper look at Mortal Kombat Mythologies Sub-Zero, you'll understand why. Like, a lot of it is just needlessly bullshit deaths. And it's like, cool, that's not fun. irregular deaths, irregular checkpoints. It was like, what do you get out of that? Like, it's to the point where I'd be more willing to stream Mortal Kombat Special Forces than I would Mortal Kombat Mythologies. Yep, that's where Flame draws the line. Alright, we should be here when you get back, Flame. You take care of yourself, buddy. Alright. I shot the cannon at that. No, it's like, given the ultimately limited amount of time we all have on this earth, and how much more limited my time to stream is, there's better things I can do than stream Mortal Kombat Special Forces.
Well done, Spyro! Keep up the good work, and I know you'll fulfill your destiny.
Destiny? I just want to kick some...
Just toast those enemies and collect the treasure!
Yes, sir, Clancy Brown. Alright. I'm frustrated about that. That was also nonsense. Yeah, and over here should be like the last of what in this world. Remember when Clem said he was here and then he didn't speak again? Remember when that happened? Alright, so I'm missing like 24 gems. So where are they? Three. Oh, is it down there? No. Ah, there it is. There we go. Now we can just go straight into the next flight level. Oh, this feels like I've done it wrong. It works out. Oh. Alright, try again. Okay, so this one looks like it's actually more signposted than the first one was. Which makes sense, actually, because in the method of unlocking them, this should be the first flight level you do. So it makes sense this one would be easier. Because what is it? One of the dragons in the second or maybe third world tells you how to unlock Sunny Flight in the first world. There we go. I wonder why it was taking so long to bring up that achievement. It was like, did I actually do it 100%? Alright. As we'll go for Dr. Shemp. There's gotta be a Three Stooges reference. That's a big bird. I didn't even do anything to that guy, he just died. Always be careful around the edges of platforms. Yeah, double. Do you mind? Anyway. Fun fact, for any of you wacky kids who may have grown up with, what was it, like Nickelodeon or the Disney Channel, I don't remember which. The music in this game is composed by Stuart Copeland, who was the drummer for The Police. The band some of you may know, some of you may not. Stuart Copeland also composed the intro theme for The Amanda Show. Any of you know about that? And fun fact, there's a specific level where that is literally the theme. Stuart Copeland reused the piece that he composed for Spyro the Dragon for The Amanda Show.
This guy thinks he's so cool. You don't know what it's been like listening to him over and over. But I'll tell you one thing. He should watch his back.
Okay. I think even by this point, you start to realize one of the main problems with Spyro as a concept, and why you can understand that Insomniac left Spyro after the third game. Because they felt that creatively they'd done all they could with him. This game has like 3 enemy types. There's 2 ways of dealing with enemies. There's 3 enemy types, right? Because your attacks are Flame Breath and Charge. So there are regular sized enemies, there are armored enemies, and then there are big enemies. Very occasionally you get big armored enemies who have to be dealt with in a gimmick way. Like, I think you first run into big armored enemies in one of the ice levels, so you charge into them to knock them down. No, that's not until Spyro 2 with Hunter, who says he's your friend, but he is really your enemy. And you should kill him. No, he's doing the Papu Papu thing. Seriously, like, the whole plot of Spyro 2 is like you've got to collect these orbs to allow you to restore power to the portal to get you to Dragon Shores. And there's at least like 10 orbs that Hunter is just holding on to and will only give them to you if you do random bullshit for him. And it's like, Hunter, you're supposed to be helping me. And it gets worse in Spyro 3, where Hunter returns and is like, cool, we need to find the dragon eggs that the sorceress has stolen, and so many of them are just being held by Hunter. It's like, Hunter, you're supposed to be helping me with this. And it's like, hey, do this random bullshit and I'll give you an egg. No, Hunter. Alright. How do I get over there again? Ah, there we go. It's like Spyro 2 and 3 really want you to dislike Moneybags because of the way he is and how he's always like, give me gems and I'll do this thing for you. But it's like, Moneybags is at least open and honest about what he's about. Hunter's just over there pretending to be your friend, pretending to help you. And nobody ever calls him out on his bullshit. It's really frustrating. Alright. So there were random fodder somewhere around here that I can kill to get sparks back. There we go. Alright, the Sparks is as good as new. Alright, so let's go with this one then. Ice Cavern. Ice Cavern. But yeah, by Spyro 3 though, like, it's so obvious that Insomniac has really run out of ideas of how to make Spyro interesting and engaging in new ways without repeating themselves. Which is why in Spyro 3 you get 4 animal friends who all have different abilities. And it's not to say Spyro 3 is bad, because it's not. Spyro Year of the Dragon is genuinely really good.
A word of caution, little one.
But,
Wait
like,
until you grow big.
it makes sense why they dropped Spyro
Before
and went
charging those
into
large
making
enemies.
Ratchet and Clank afterwards. Welcome back, Amber. Not missed a whole lot. We defeated 2 bosses. Finished the first world. Yeah. Pretty much it. We continue with our 100% playthrough of the Spyro game. The first 3 Spyro games will all be 100% playthroughs on this stream. Mostly because it's not super annoying to do. Like, you don't go hugely out of your way to do it. Like, it's reasonable to pull off. There's a decent reward for it. It's not like trying 100% Crash Bandicoot, which honestly just gets so bullshit. When we eventually get to the Spyro games that I haven't played before, they will not be 100% playthroughs. But that won't happen this year, because this is only PlayStation.
Some big Norks up ahead are wearing armor. And in the ice cave, armor can make their feet very slippery.
Hmm. Bitch. Yeah, Spyro's fun enough. I was going through Spyro 2 a while back, and I didn't finish it. No, it wasn't Spyro 2, it was Spyro 3, I remember. Because I was like, I'm probably gonna play Spyro 2 on stream soon. Yeah. So I was like, let's play Spyro 3 instead.
Thank you
Yeah, I
for
didn't finish.
releasing me.
The Spyro 3 is good. As far as other Spyro games go, I've dabbled in them somewhat. Not really played a whole lot of them. I've played like 1 level of Enter the Dragonfly on PS2. And was like, this isn't fun. Didn't enjoy it. You know, I probably know which dragon you're talking about. Because there is one dragon that is just absolute bullshit to find. And it's in treetops, the level treetops. And everybody has trouble with it because it's absolute nonsense to get to it. Honestly, I would say it's worth going out of your way to play 2 and 3 on PS1 as well. Like, 2 and 3 are genuinely really good. Like, they're better than this. Spyro 2 is probably my favourite. And there we go. It was an earlier one. Interesting.
You've done well, Spyro. Some dragons thought you weren't ready, but I knew they were wrong.
I'm ready, all right.
Fly all
Ready
around.
for
Get
what?
to a high point of flying. Cliff Town, maybe? Cliff Town's in this world, so if it is that, we'll be able to see it.
Thank you for releasing me.
Get a little more comfortable here. A little bit more comfortable. You think earlier than Cliff Town? Great. Cliff Town's in this world, though. You know you're gonna have to stick around for the entire playthrough now to see which one it is. Alright. Very careful there. I think I've already done it. You know, there's one I'm thinking of that it might be. But in my head, I'm thinking that's in the second game. Yeah, and I've said before though, like, I am pretty interested in playing the Spyro games that I've never really done before. Like, since this is the first game. Because, like, Hero's Tale, I don't think I heard bad things about Hero's Tale. And now I have to go back. Yeah, I don't think I heard bad things about Hero's Tale. I heard the Legend of Spyro trilogy was alright. The one where they made a big epic adventure starring Elijah Wood as Spyro. Oh, is it in Town Square? My feet are cold. I love analog control, stuff like this. Like, playing with a D-pad's all well and good, but like, analog control. What it's made for. So much more precise. Ooh. This level... You dick. There we go. Cliff Town. So there are 2 levels in this game, generally, that... if you look up on Google, people have the most... like, most people have trouble with. There's Treetops, which is infamous, and then there's this one, where people will usually get to the end and not be able to find, like, a handful of gems. But today I'll show you the trick to finding that handful of gems. Am I going to be doing this in one sitting? Like, thinking about it, we're only like an hour and a half into this now. It feels like it'd be doable, but like, I don't want to do this in one sitting. Like, I'll be exhausted by the end of it. Like, it's not that it's a long game. I just feel like I'll be exhausted by the time I finish this. Bastard. So raise your hands if you were alive when this game came out. Catchy, you dick waffle. Good work, Ninja. This demo game. Remember I did play a demo of this that had... It had the first hub world on it, but it didn't have all the levels available. You could play like 2 levels.
Flame won't harm metal, but charging
I remember specifically like Dark Hollow was not accessible. That might have been the demo in Crash 3. I'm not entirely sure. Actual game. I didn't actually have this game as a kid. I ended up with Spyro 3. I didn't play this game all the way through until I bought it digitally on PSN to play it on my Vita. I bought the trilogy on Vita because it was like £8 for the Spyro trilogy as PS1 classics. So I was like, yeah, alright, I'll buy this and I'll play these on my Vita. And then I did, I 100%ed all 3 of them. It was a good time. One thing I'm generally glad of, though, is that I ended up getting into emulation as a thing when I did. Like, early, like, long ago, you know, that it's a comfortable thing for me now. Because it means I can go back to stuff like this that I'd want to play that maybe I didn't play at the time or whatever. Like, a lot more easily. Like, how do you buy this game? If you want to play this version, you have to buy it on PS3. It's your only option.
Hey, what's on the other side of that river?
Why don't you glide?
And so, like, emulation-wise, like, really convenient. And it's something that's easy for me to forget. That other people generally are... Like, emulation feels super simple to me now. Solving emulation problems and such. And, like, knowing about what emulators are good to use, yada yada yada, moving along. And it's easy to forget that, like, this is something that took me years to get to the point of. Like, I've only really gotten comfortable with RetroArch in, like, the last couple of years. Before that, I used standalone emulators because it was a lot simpler for me to understand. Like, it's easy to forget, like, especially those of us that do emulation regularly for all these games and reasons and such. Like, just how complicated emulation can seem. That said, emulation is easier to deal with now than it ever was before. Like, every year emulation becomes a more accessible thing. Like, for various reasons, like quality of life improvements and such. Ease of use gets simpler. There's various things. And it's nice.
You've reached the highest point.
For more people to have the
You can
option
get to almost anywhere.
to...
If I were you, I'd use that whirlwind there.
go back and play games like this that they may have missed. It's like, Spyro's not the best example of this, because, like, there's the Reignite trilogy, and, like, oh, Amber never played Spyro 2 or 3. She's probably, like, absolutely happy to just play the Reignite trilogy. She's fine, fair enough. But then there's the other games. The other PS1 games. That just aren't accessible on modern systems because they won't release them. Like, hey, did you want to play Resident Evil 3? The original Resident Evil 3? Cool, it is not available on anything other than PS3. Right. Where am I at? 67. Right, so, like I said earlier, the part that people usually are unable to find in this level is actually very understandable. You have to glide from here back here. And that's usually where people have trouble getting everything in this level. Because, to be fair, it is kind of not easy to see. Like, ultimately, the question can be raised, like, do I advocate piracy? And the answer is pretty much no. I advocate more than anything game preservation, the ability to play these games on more modern systems. If Sony turned around tomorrow and said, hey, you can play all your old PS1 discs on PS5, I'd be like, great, fantastic. And like this, they transferred the PS1 Classics library from PS3 onto PS5 as well. And it's like, cool, everything you bought on there is now available on PS5. If you bought it on PS3, you own it on PS5 now. And like, great, fantastic, love that. But they're not doing that.
Thank you for releasing me.
Yeah, it'd be great if they did stuff like that. They're not. So then what's the option we have? The legal option is to keep these old systems that, you know, with every passing year come closer and closer to just a failure that you can't. Alright, that's a good name. Like, come closer and closer to a failure that they won't be able to recover from. You've got to keep those systems. And then also, like, go out and pay a ridiculous price for a physical copy of something. And there's always the argument people give against piracy of, like, support the developers. And it's like, cool, yeah, absolutely. But also, if I go out and buy a copy of Castlevania Symphony of the Night, second-hand, from CEX, for the absurd price they want for, which last I checked was over £300, the original developers ain't getting any of that. The publisher ain't getting any of that. Anybody who's involved in working on the game isn't getting any of that. And so what's your solution?
Is that you, Spyro?
With Symphony of the Night, it's a little easier to go with, because Symphony of the Night is available on 2 of the 4 modern systems that we currently have. You can purchase Castlevania Requiem on PS4, and you can play a version of Symphony of the Night. Or if you have an Xbox, you can purchase the XBLA version of Symphony of the Night. And they're both fine versions. You can't buy it on Switch, you can't get it on PC, but they are still available there in some form on some modern systems, so that's nice. What about Parasite Eve? Parasite Eve, which is a game that was only ever released on PlayStation. Did get a PS1 Classic release on PS3. Cool. Didn't get a European release. Ever. Parasite Eve 1 has never been released in Europe. Okay. What if I want to play that? My legal recourse is to import a copy of it, which would then also legally require me to import an American PlayStation, original PlayStation. And who knows how much an American PlayStation and a copy of Parasite Eve cost. Have I purchased Parasite Eve? Yes. Yes, I have. I bought the PSN version on the US PSN. I've legally purchased it. Legally in, like, quotation marks. There's the suggestion that doing that when I don't live in that region actually is not entirely legal, which is not cool, honestly. Like, if that's not legal, that's not cool. I got the money, I gave you the money. Should be all that matters. Like, we're back to the question of, like, what the legal recourse is. And there's that old quote you can find by Gabe Newell, where it's like, piracy is not a moral problem, it's a service problem. If you give people a convenient service and way to play, and like purchase and play these things, people will happily pay for it. And that is absolutely true. Look how many times I own numerous games. How many times I've purchased numerous games. Give me the option, I'll buy a lot of these things. But I think, in particular, the simple point of anything, there shouldn't be any kind of required discussion or moral quandary in particular emulating a game that is not currently available for purchase. Alright. That's where the key is.
Incredible glide, Spyro. I thought I'd be stuck here forever with those ugly vultures standing on my head. Those birds might look tough, but they're pretty tasty. Flame broiled, with a pinch of salt.
I think enforced scarcity is always just a mistake. It's the same kind of nonsense Disney pulled for years, of like, oh yeah, we're releasing this movie, and then it goes back into the Disney vault. So you have to rush out and buy it when it's available, or you've got to wait until the next time they reprint it. Some rights shouldn't be a thing, is absolutely my point. The law is not justice. I think creators should absolutely be paid for their product, I don't think creators should be allowed to turn around and say, no, you can never purchase this ever again. In a lot of cases, there are exceptions. But in the sake of media like this, no. Especially when in the context of media copyright, who the creator is often not the one. Is often not the one who legally owns something, who legally owns a property. That's the core of copyright, and copyright itself is a whole nightmare to begin with. But when we're at the point now where digital distribution is such a widespread thing, where there isn't the limit of physical capacity anymore in the production of things like this, enforced scarcity, and like, there's a perfect example to bring up. Nintendo with Mario's 35th anniversary, with Super Mario 3D All-Stars and Mario 35. And it's like, cool, there's no good reason beyond Nintendo choosing to remove these things from sale why they shouldn't have been kept available digitally. Yay, 100%. I feel like a discussion like this would work better if we were able to do a proper back and forth take. Rather than me saying something, you responding to it, but by the time you've responded to it, I've already moved on to another point. Like an actual proper back and forth conversation would work better for a discussion like this. But that is all of that. So let's get out of here. World 3. Is World 3 the Swamp World? I feel like it is. No, it isn't. It's World 4 then. Yeah, it means to finish it's probably gonna be like a 5.5 hour stream. Actually, a little bastard. Like this is absolutely a game where it's like finishing this in one session feels like a marathon, where you just feel exhausted by the end of it, despite being like, oh yeah, I can play Arkham Knight for 12 hours. Like, I'll feel, if I beat this in one sitting, I'll feel more exhausted here than I did when I did the 12-hour stream for Arkham Knight. Guarantee it. I hope I didn't miss something back there. Up here with you, genius. I feel like there's a couple of frustrating levels in this world. Has anybody picked up Super Mario Wonder yet? Kind of curious about that. Oh yeah, the introduction to the supercharge ramps. Yeah, I've heard it's really good, like very creative. It is what New Super Mario Brothers wasn't. And like New Super Mario Brothers, I know people go back and like, they're like, New Super Mario Brothers DS is the weakest New Super Mario Brothers game. It's like, it really doesn't matter. It's the one that mattered because it was the first. Because it was the first 2D Mario platformer since, I think, Super Mario World.
When you see arrows like
Or Super Mario Land
you
2.
can charge along with them to begin a supercharge.
So going back to that, it was
Excellent.
fresh.
Go ahead, try
The problem
it.
was when they did it 3 more times. And like, people say New Super Mario Bros. U is the best New Super Mario Bros. Whereas like, it's also really tedious. But I've heard Super Mario Bros. Wonder is like, really fresh and creative in a way that 2D Mario games haven't been since like 2005.
This portal leads to a special place where you can learn to fly. I remember when I was a young dragon, earning my wings.
Learn to fly. Got it.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious about that. I probably wouldn't ever end up actually playing it though. I've got a bunch of Switch games I'm just not touching. I bought Bayonetta 3, and I stuck the cartridge in my Switch, and that's about as far as I've gotten with it. I put like 5 hours into Tears of the Kingdom. And stopped because I was like, I didn't pay £60 to play fucking Breath of the Wild again. Yeah, I want to play Bayonetta 3. Honestly, at this point, it's more likely that I'll end up playing through Astral Chain again before I play Bayonetta 3. But like, Astral Chain was also... I had to make the time at one point to like sit down and actually start Astral Chain. Like my first playthrough, I had to like just make the time for it. And like I did, and then I played the shit out of it. It was so good. And it gets the very rare position now of being a modern release. There we go. A modern release that I have played more than once that isn't like 3 hours. Like, I played through Metal Gear Rising so many times because of how short that game was. And I'd just blow through it and it was a lot of fun. I beat Astral Chain twice and it is like a 20-hour game. And every time we talk about it, I'm always here like, I want to do it a third time for stream. It's just that good. such a good game. Like, if you haven't played Astral Chain, you absolutely should. Like, especially if you're into stuff like Bayonetta. Alright, let's get these levels started. Right, so we're not... I'm thinking now, and I'm remembering, like, all the worlds there are, and we're not halfway yet. That doesn't sound right, Ninja. I've seen you stream Devil May Cry. And, like, I haven't been following you that long. Maybe it's time to get back into it. We still need to do our serious playthrough of Devil May Cry.
You're not afraid of those big, noisy, gigantic, awful beasts, are you?
Of course not.
I didn't think so.
You know what we should do, in our own time, together, is spend a little time with the co-op mod for Devil May Cry 5. I set it up with a friend, and we tried it out, and it's actually really good. Now, if you're not enjoying Dragon Age Ninja, leave it. Like, Dragon Age is a hard sell, I feel, generally, anyway. I didn't get into Dragon Age until my second attempt. Like, I tried it, played it for a few hours, and stopped. And then left it, and then went back to it later being like, I should like this, let me try it again. And then cranked the difficulty all the way down, and just sat there focusing on the story, and that was when I actually enjoyed it. Not big on fantasy. I can understand that. I don't... Personally, I don't feel... Particularly these days, like, the genres... The setting tropes themselves don't really matter all that much to me anymore. Like, sci-fi's cool, and, like, I finished Cyberpunk yesterday. And it's like, what was cool about Cyberpunk is it's such an uncommon setting in video games for some fucking reason. But, like, beyond that, like, sci-fi is cool, yeah. The sci-fi generally gets a bit more creative than fantasy. Because fantasy feels like it's locked as a genre within, as a setting, within the very specific tropes that Tolkien defined. Like elves, dwarves, wizards, yada yada yada. And such. And sci-fi doesn't feel like it's trapped in that. Sci-fi can be conceptually more interesting. But like, as far as setting tropes go, I don't feel any particular connection or derision, maybe, like,
Great work, Spyro. If you
to
keep
any
this up, you'll
particular
learn
setting.
all the tricks of the Magic Crafter world.
When I was younger, it was absolutely like fantasy and sci-fi and stuff. But there was a long period though where like real-world contemporary video games were kind of fascinating to me because everything was sci-fi or fantasy in video games. And so you'd get something that was set in like a very real type of world. And that was really interesting to me for a while. I bring up Cyberpunk, though, specifically because the setting itself of, like, a cyberpunk world is weirdly uncommon in video games, especially in a first-person video game. Because you've got stuff like Disco Elysium and Shadowrun and stuff that has that, like, fuck it. If a big budget studio got to make a big budget Shadowrun game, I'd be so interested. Because that's a cool setting. Because that's cyberpunk fantasy. And it's like, mix those two? Yeah, I'm interested. That's super uncommon. But the interest in cyberpunk setting as a thing was largely just the uncommon. How uncommon it is as a thing. I was like, what was the last cyberpunk first-person RPG kind of thing that I played? Deus Ex. Like Deus Ex Human Revolution. No, Deus Ex Mankind Divided, which wasn't great. Whereas, like, that's how uncommon this entire thing is in that kind of space. Especially the big budget AAA space. It was like that was nice. But yeah, unless a particular video game setting is uncommon, like super uncommon, the setting isn't a selling point to me, I guess. That's where I'm coming from on this, as like a me thing. If anybody cared. That's where I started. I'm missing something. Let's see what we can find. There they go, there's something over there. There we go. I think a game that might be of interest to you, though, Ninja. It's a sci-fi setting. You might have seen Teak stream it, but Beyond Good and Evil. Like, it's sci-fi, but it's very kind of low-key sci-fi. Like, the sci-fi is an important part of the world, but the sci-fi is also just kind of there. Yeah, I recommend playing Beyond Good and Evil. It's a lot of fun. And it's a really nice world to just explore. And it's not huge. Wouldn't take you that long. You're probably looking like completionist time, 15 hours, if you go for everything. You might as well play it because the sequel's never going to happen. I don't care if they release Beyond Good and Evil 2, the sequel is never going to happen. I like Beyond Good and Evil 2. I said Beyond Good and Evil 2, I mean Beyond Good and Evil. I don't like what Beyond Good and Evil 2's looking like. Because, like, if it ever does come out, it does not look like a game I want to play. I say that, they've never shown off whatever gameplay was going to be in Beyond Good and Evil 2. A few years ago when Ubisoft was all like, yeah, Beyond Good and Evil 2 is not cancelled, it's coming. Here's trailers for it, and there was no gameplay.
Please do something about these green druids. They insist on moving everything in sight.
Ah, press the button too soon. God damn it. So yeah, we are like this sixth world. This is the third world, Magic Weavers. There's a swamp world, there's whatever the fifth world is, and then there's Nasty's world. I'd say we're probably a little under halfway. Maybe about halfway through this world is halfway.
I hate those bugs. When I become big and strong, like you, I'll squash them all.
Until then, remember that supercharge makes you invincible.
Yeah, probably. Like, if I call it when we hit 3 hours, maybe. Alright, so this is gonna be fun. I only got one of them. Wait a minute, you're not supposed to supercharge them, what am I thinking? You're supposed to super flame them. There's actually an interesting way, the way they animate a lot of the things in this. And they do it to a similar extent in Crash Bandicoot as well. With stuff like blinking, like you talk about how the eyes are stickers and such. With stuff like blinking, the characters don't actually close their eyes so much as like the eye texture squeezes together. Which is interesting. It's easier to notice in like Crash 2 specifically, because Crash 2 has the cutscenes where like Cortex is just a big floating head, and it's like because the head's so big you can notice it a lot easier. It's weird, but it works. Like, as an animation thing, it works.
Try combining supercharge with jumping and gliding, and really explore the high caves.
If you want to talk in terms of numbers, we're over halfway with how many dragons we have. There are 70 dragons in this game. Oh, I already went through that. I feel like Supercharge is actually pretty cool in Spyro 2 and Spyro 3. But whenever it comes up in the first Spyro, it always feels like it's just a gimmick bullshit thing. And like I said earlier, like, Treetops is the absolute worst of that. Which we may or may not see today. I'm not sure. There we go. Get up, Sparks. Yeah, I feel like for my money, the best Spyro, like my favorite Spyro game is Spyro 2. And I feel like that's because it doubles down on what this game has, refines it, and makes it all better. Like, Spyro 2 is Spyro, but better. A little more complex, but like, it's an evolution of Spyro 1. In the same way that Crash 2 is an evolution of Crash 1. Spyro 3 is still really good, but it's got a lot of gimmicks. With, like, the multiple characters you play as, which you have to do if you want to get 100%. And it's a similar thing Crash 3 had, where Crash 3 is still a really solid game, but it's also, like, less platforming, more gimmicks. And the gimmicks in Crash 3 are stuff like the swimming level, the tiger riding level. No, the tiger riding is more a continuation of just the animal riding, which was already there. The motorcycle level, the biplane levels. And it's like, it's all well and good and fun and everything. But having so much of that is why Crash 2 is my preferred Crash game. Because Crash 2 is just like, for the most part, with the exception of stuff like the jetpack levels, which there's only 2 of. Only 2 jetpack levels in the game. It's entirely like a refinement of what was already there in the first game. Without adding too much onto it. And the same's true of Spyro. Okay. So you get the Super Flame for these guys. But it's like, where do you get the Super Flame? I know I saw her floating around earlier. Times like this, you feel like some of these levels would benefit from a map. Here we go again. It's gotta be up here, right? The only place I've not properly explored. Yeah, there she is. You fucking dick. Thank you. Ow. Just ran out. And nothing else in here. I can take that. Thank you. Get Sparks back to full health. And that's this level done. For a hot minute, you say, but if I check the chat, you've been absent for a while, Flame. South America is dead. I'm streaming Mobius' fault. I was genuinely debating starting Blood Omen today. Well, I'll be honest with you. It's Tuesday. Beak's right. You guys and your goofs. Ow. God damn it. Yeah, I did notice you were playing SWAT 4. And I was like, oh, Flame's playing SWAT 4. What a strange choice. What an unconventional choice. Why isn't Flame streaming SWAT 4? I'd be there. If Flame streams SWAT 4, I'd be there. Teak should stream SWAT 4. Like, if Teak doesn't know what SWAT 4 is, Teak should stream SWAT 4. Without looking into what it is. Teak should stream SWAT 4. Yeah. It's fun to consider how the SWAT series is a spin-off of Police Quest. Try well play a single player, Flame. Didn't you remember what happened last time? I wouldn't stream Quest. Like any of these Sierra adventure games, just like cool idea. Yeah. But like for the most part, like, I don't think streaming point-and-click adventure games is great as a concept anyway. Like, I don't think the Sierra ones are great to begin with. There's a lot of trial and error and bullshit and dead ends that the game will not tell you about until you are right at the end of the game. It's like, hey, you got a dead end 3 hours ago. Yeah, you've saved over the slot multiple times. You're gonna have to restart the game. And it's like, no. But I don't think the LucasArts ones are great to stream either, because they're comedy games. And it's like, you could play through the Sierra games with a walkthrough. But then you realise, like, just how nothing they are. And the LucasArts games, while good and absolutely worth playing, are primarily comedy games. And I think you're missing something by talking over most of that. I think Broken Sword works better because it's a more serious game with humorous bits, but with a serious plot line.
Peaks. This is my favorite supercharged spot. Use it to bash those wizards.
Although there are a couple of LucasArts games that I'd be like, yeah, they're probably worth doing. Indiana Jones and the Fate of Atlantis, which is... Where is it? Where did I put the poster for Fate of Atlantis? That's Emperor's Tomb. I think the poster's on the other side of the door, actually. They have a poster for Indiana Jones and the Fate of Atlantis. Like, that's good. Those are fucking hard. That's a hard point and click game. But, like, it's... I think it makes more sense to stream something like that. Rather than something like The Secret of Monkey Island. Although I think The Secret Monkey Island could maybe work if you played the unvoiced version. If you're just talking over the dialogue. Because when they remastered it for the special edition, and they added all the voice acting to it, it's kind of crazy to think of, like, even the CD release of The Secret of Monkey Island and Monkey Island 2 LeChuck's Revenge didn't have voice acting.
Thank you for releasing me.
Which is really uncommon, because a lot of the time with those PC games, where they'd have a floppy version, and that'd probably be like the original release, and then a few years later they might get a CD release, and the CD release would add voice acting. But the CD release for Monkey Island and Monkey Island 2 LeChuck's Revenge didn't add voice acting. So it wasn't until years, like 15 plus years later, when they remastered them for the special editions, that they added voice acting. Although the value there, actually, is that they have the same voice actors. The voice actors they added in the third game, The Curse of Monkey Island, for Guybrush, Elaine, and LeChuck, like, they stayed with the franchise, which is really cool, I think. And so, with the special editions, you have the option of playing through the entire series with those voice actors now, which is really cool, because they're good voice actors. And, like, LeChuck is voiced by Earl Bowen, the late Earl Bowen, who was just, like, absolutely fantastic as LeChuck. And I guarantee you, like, you may not know the name, but you know who Earl Bowen is. Like, if you look him up, you know who Earl Bowen is. Yeah, you could do the unvoiced ones, like if you got Maniac Mansion. Because the humor is written rather than spoken, it could work. The fun thing with this year of PlayStation, though, is like we could move on to Broken Sword 2. Because like we did Broken Sword last year. And we could move on to Broken Sword 2. Because Broken Sword and Broken Sword 2 got PlayStation releases. Probably not going to, because I would rather just play the PC version. One, it loads faster. And it'll look nicer in Scum VM. You might be thinking to yourself, what the fuck is Chrono talking about? And if that's the case, you're probably new here.
Listen carefully, Spyro. There's a secret area in the artisan home. It is at the waterfall. Try jumping on the stones there.
Artisan home, waterfall. Sounds good.
There you go, that's how late you're told how to unlock that flight level in the first world. So it's expected to be the third one you go to at least. Third flight level. Alright, so I'm just missing some more gems. Yeah, I guess to make a long point a little more succinct, I feel like talking over the dialogue in a game that's predominantly based around humor isn't good for stuff like streams or even Let's Plays. It's subjective, and like it depends on the game or whatever. If it doesn't have subtitles, it's an absolute no. And I suppose then you've got to ask the question of like define comedy games. And like it's not just point and click games. Like what if you wanted to sit down and stream South Park and the Stick of Truth? Which I went through you motherfucker. Which I went through recently, actually. Not that long ago. I went through it again last year. And, like, it's still really fun. Like, it's a fun, solid little time waster of an RPG. And it's a shame I didn't enjoy the sequel as much. Because mechanically, the sequel is probably stronger. The battle system is more interesting. It uses the same kind of combat system that Radiant Historia used. Whereas, like, it's a turn-based RPG, but combat takes place on, like, a grid with positioning. And you can do stuff like knock enemies into each other to do extra damage and such. There we go. But, like, ultimately, I just didn't enjoy the second game as much. The Fractured But Whole. And I remember thinking when I played it, like, maybe South Park's humor just isn't anymore. But, like, after I played it, a while after I played it, a couple of years or whatever, I ended up watching some of the seasons that I hadn't seen. And they were, for the most part, funny, but like once we got to the serialized seasons, where there's just a long, continuous storyline throughout the season, that got less funny. But apparently that's kind of a common consensus. I'm going back through Stick of Truth again. Like, Stick of Truth was still fairly entertaining. Even as mechanically basic as it was. Like, that game is an advertisement for dots. Because, like, you want to do the good damage numbers, it's not about the weapon you've got, it's about applying damage effects. Like, you put bleed on there, you put burn on there, you put gross out on there, and those will be your big damage dealers once you get them stacked.
Thanks for releasing me, Spyro. You have no idea how long I've been trapped in Crystal. And, neither do I. Who are you again?
I'm out of here.
I'm your grandson. You missed my last 3 birthdays. I need to remember after I finish this that I've got those games that you guys have redeemed. And not just like start a 102 next time. Alright, and that's that level done. Means that should be this world done. Beast makers. And like the last one, Cloud Weave. No, it's Magic Weavers. Cloud something? Cloud Buggerers? So this is where all of my least favorite levels are. Treetops is here. There's another level that's really frustrating. It might be Metalhead, actually, the boss of this world. Like, it has, like, a really irritating few gems to get. But I always forget where they are.
Nasty Nork is turning our swamp into an electrified junk heap. And it used to be so beautiful.
I'm sure it was.
Okay. Can't believe it's not even been 3 hours yet. This is going to be a single session playthrough. It's going to have to be. It'll be a long fucking session. Why is that, Zeke? I like you to swear in chat, Zeke. You look like you've got something to say. Do you? Ain't done until the credits roll. Not true. Actually. We're not done until the second time the credits roll. Like, with everything I've got at the minute, we could probably go straight for the final boss and let those credits roll. Can't believe that thing can beat me in a charge contest. This is the way I came. But yeah, this is one of those games, like, you finish it, like, you have to finish it and get to the ending before you can do 100%. It's like, the last dragon isn't available until after you see the credits. Oh. So you gotta go through the credits once, and then after you do everything and beat the final level, the credits play again. I think. Feel like they did. But yeah, no, we ain't done when the credits roll. Not if we're going for 100%. How to get over there? Yeah, if we check the balloonist, I should probably have enough. I forget what this one requires. There's like the balloonist in the first world requires you to have rescued a certain number of dragons. The balloonist in the second world requires you to have collected a certain number of gems. The third world requires you to have rescued so many dragon eggs. I think this one's dragons again. 50 dragons, right. So not quite yet. Alright, once I finish collecting everything out in this world, probably gonna go straight into treetops. Unequivocally the worst level of the game. Right, there we go. Ask yourself, why is treetops the worst level? And like, you're gonna learn. This level is all about the supercharged jump, the supercharged ramps, and supercharged jumps. And it has the most complicated series of supercharged jumps in the series. Which is not a good thing to have when you're the first game in the series. So first we do it pretty standard, like. Run through the level as normal.
Greetings, Spyro. For an amazing tour of the treetops, don't just stop at one supercharge.
That's the clue. And it's like, yeah, the clue's simple enough. But it's like, the pathway you have to take to do this is not simple. Nor is it intuitive. Anyway. Alright. That island all the way out there, that's the problem. Thank you. Right, here's the exit. We've done enough. We could just leave. Oh, that's not how it works. At this point, I'm just hoping I remember how to do this. Because, like, I've done it multiple times. You can find video footage of me doing it. But it's such complicated nonsense that it's like, do I remember how to do this? Can I get somewhere from here? Alright, so this is back at the beginning of the level. Summer. You and your southern hemisphere. You back, Flame? You haven't missed the worst bullshit of the game yet.
Spyro, if you jump at the end of a supercharge ramp, you can really go far.
I'm all over it.
Most absolute bullshit in the game. See if I can remember how we do it. We haven't had snow yet, but it keeps threatening. Like, the weather reports keep saying we're gonna get, like, -15 temperatures. And, like, stupid amounts of snow. Need to do the supercharge and break that chest. I wouldn't. Snow's always a problem. Oh yeah, snow's all nice and everything. Then it freezes. Or it turns to slush. And it's like, either way, it's just not fun. So now I have to pull off the bullshit. Cool, would have been nice if you jumped tomorrow. Do I have to start on this side? Why? Alright, so I almost had the answer. Even when you know what you gotta do, it's such a pain to pull off. So I've checked. I had the answer earlier, and I just didn't push it hard enough. Alright, so start up here. Alright. And I'll probably go and sit on his big pile of money. Ugh. Fucking.
That was quite a ride, Spyro. You've learned a lot since you were a young glider.
Yeah, well, you could have found an easier spot to get stuck.
Absolute worst. And like, it doesn't help that the jumping in on the supercharge feels really finicky to begin with. And that's it, that's the worst part of the game. The worst shit you gotta deal with. And I hope I never have to do it again. Oh, this is the last time I ever have to play Spyro. Spyro 1. But yeah, you're right. The cast of the Scooby-Doo movie is basically perfect. I mean, hell, Matthew Lillard was so perfect as Shaggy that he became the voice of Shaggy. When Casey Kasem retired, Matthew Lillard became the voice of Shaggy. It's funny as well, because, like, there's that one bit in Looney Tunes Back in Action where Matthew Lillard is being scolded by Shaggy and Scooby for doing a poor job of playing Shaggy in the movie. This is an actual cartoon come to life. He's a good actor. Like, he's underrated as far as his acting talent goes. Remember Scream? Yeah, well, you blew it. You could have let Ninja pay for Vagrant Store and you were like, nope. Scooby-Doo and the Cyber Chase is so boring, actually. Like, it's such a dull game.
Be on the lookout for attack frogs. They are cold-blooded killers.
Attack?
What about thinking of him in
There
Wing
did
Commander?
used to be such a nice swamp.
What about thinking of him in Hackers? Yeah. Matthew Lillard and Freddie Prinze Jr. were both in Wing Commander. Come on. Yeah. All in one. You hear a lot of people complain about hospital food, but you don't hear a lot of people complain about it in the hospital movies. Oh, you thought we would talk about the Wing Commander game? No. No, the Wing Commander game had actors that you might actually think, oh, they're in this. I'll give it a watch. Like, it's kind of sad that the Wing Commander games had, like, probably, like, I don't want to say more respected, because it feels, like, disingenuous and somewhat insulting towards Matthew Lillard and Freddie Prinze Jr. But, like, the Wing Commander games had Mark Hamill and Malcolm McDowell. No, Mark Hamill was in the game. Like, it's funny to think, like, the Wing Commander movie, like the big Hollywood adaptation of Wing Commander, had a less impressive cast than the Wing Commander spin-off Privateer 2, The Darkening. Like, Privateer 2's cast is unbelievable. I really hate these things. John Hurt, Clive Owen, Jurgen Prochnow, Christopher Walken, Brian Blessed. Team Frogs. The problem with Privateer 2 The Darkening is it's a buggy, messy, unoptimized piece of shit. Like, the production values begin and end with the movies. Seriously, I fucking hate these frog things. Like, it's crazy some of the,
Thanks for releasing me.
like,
It
the
seems
level
like
of
I've
some of the
been
Hollywood
trapped in here since
talent
I
they
was your
got on some of
age.
these FMV games back in the
I
mid to late
remember-
90s.
Gotta go.
Like, here's a fun fact for you. Privateer 2 The Darkening isn't the only game Christopher Walken was in. I hope you haven't missed anything over there. Yes, Christopher Walken was also in another game that came out in '96, I think, called Ripper, which you may well have heard of. Like, it's not... I mean, these things are niche and obscure, but, like, if you're aware of video games around that time for any real reason, like, especially PC games, you've probably heard of it. And, like, that game has an impressive cast. Who's you got?
Thank you for releasing me.
Christopher Walken, John Rhys Davis, Karen Allen, Burgess Meredith, David Patrick Kelly. Like, it's kind of crazy how far they went with some of this stuff. I think probably my favorite little thing with these old FMV games, though, is, for some reason, the ball again. For some reason, Like, there's an FMV video game adaptation of Johnny Mnemonic. If you ever heard of the Keanu Reeves movie Johnny Mnemonic, they basically remade it as an FMV game with a whole new cast and everything. And the only actor of note in the FMV remake is Isaac Hayes, who plays the role that was played in the movie by Ice-T. You can decide for yourself whether that's a step up or a step down. Ice-T to Isaac Hayes. But it's such a weird thing. Skewed Bubba.
I'll tell you what to do with those creatures.
Bubba.
Smash them, Spyro! Stamp them out and squish them and squash them!
How about charge them and flame them? We are dragons after all.
We could have played a drinking game with this of like take a shot every time a dragon is voiced by Clancy Brown. Damon and Bubba. Bubba Hotep. I guess we're going over there. Just when you think you're done, the level's like, oh no, there's this whole section over here you haven't done yet. Okay. All we needed. Alright, what's the next level? There was one down there. Another flying level. If I can get this first time, I'll be really happy. I'm gonna get that last one, Emma. Yes. First try. So what are some of your favourite video game movies or big Hollywood actors in video games? I'd like to make the point, before anybody says anything, that there has never been a big Hollywood actor in a Hideo Kojima game. And you can turn around and say Kiefer Sutherland, but Kiefer Sutherland was never a big Hollywood actor, and certainly wasn't a big Hollywood actor when he started Metal Gear Solid 5. Going back in there. Right. So, one more level than the boss level? No, I don't think that's entirely fair. Particularly because, for the most part, Mark Hamill was reprising his role from the cartoons. Like, you turn around, restart that, and the first time he was voicing the Joker in video games were in games very much explicitly based on the cartoon that he already voiced the Joker in. There you go, that's a good one. I didn't do this. It's the Joker in live action. See, don't you walk in here with that Birds of Prey nonsense? That Birds of Prey series that you can guarantee nobody else here has seen. Yeah, by that point though, is Bob recording casting? By that point though, Grand Theft Auto had already had a celebrity voice before that, because Ray Liotta voices Tommy Vercetti. And like, Samuel Jackson's great, but I think the nature of him being a character who doesn't appear for a significant chunk of the game makes him less memorable in the role than Ray Liotta voicing the main character. You said Joker, and like, at what point did Seth Green voice the Joker outside of Robot Chicken? But you meant Mass Effect. I mean, if I was going to pick a Hollywood voice actor to focus on in a Hollywood actor doing a voice over to focus on in Mass Effect, it would probably be Keith David as Captain Anderson. Like, the fuck was his name? Lance Henriksen as Lance Henriksen. Yeah, Mass Effect's voice acting was money spent right. Like, if you're gonna get Hollywood actors to voice characters, like, make sure they're Hollywood actors who can do voice acting as well. And, like, Keith David's got a noted career in voice acting. Seth Green's done some good voice acting over the years. Ron Perlman. I've probably seen Ron Perlman do more voice acting than actual acting. Which probably means that I should watch more movies with Ron Perlman in them. Martin Sheen as the Elusive Man was really good. I cannot deny that.
Discovered the power of electricity, and it really stings.
That's all he does is monologue after. He's got the voice for it though. Like somebody who can speak with the conviction and a charismatic voice like that even when you disagree with them. I mean, hell, it's like 70% of the reason why I love Hugo Weaving. J.K. Simmons is another actor who's also, like, genuinely really good at voice acting. And has, like, done extensive voiceover work. When are one of you guys gonna play Red Alert 3?
Good job, Spyro. One day you'll be able to tell all the dragons about your amazing adventures.
Sure, but what I'd really like to do is get out of this swamp.
Him said he will. I feel like you cast someone like J.K. Simmons and they've got to be an important character. You know, I give a take. Reminder that the only reason I own Command & Conquer 4 is because it was cheaper to buy the Command & Conquer bundle than it was to buy the games that I wanted without Command & Conquer 4. The thing with that, though, Ninja, is, like, did you want all the Max Paynes, or was there one of them that you didn't want? Because, like, I didn't want Command & Conquer 4. It was like, the bundle was Command & Conquer 3, the expansion for Command & Conquer 3, Command & Conquer Red Alert 3, and the expansion for Red Alert 3, and Command & Conquer 4. And it's like, I want all of them except 4, but it's cheaper to buy all of them as a bundle. The one with Michael Biehn was Tiberian Sun. That also had James Earl Jones in it. I feel like it got ripped off. I have purchased Resident Evil 6. 4 times? I bought it on PS3. Like, I bought it at launch on PS3. I bought it on PS4, I bought it on PC, and I bought it on Switch. I don't regret it. I've enjoyed playing Resident Evil 6 over the years. And we're all looking forward to the eventual stream that I'll be doing of Resident Evil 6, where I'm going to have a different partner for each campaign. I've played Resident Evil 6 all the way through 4 times. Who's the 4th time with? Hey, how you doing, Lena? Every time you come in here with a line from The Big Lebowski, I have to remind you that that I've not watched The Big Lebowski. You cannot purchase Tiberian Sun. Lime. You forget. I want to get it before it disappears. I'm the dude. That's what you call me. That, or, his dudeness, or Duder, or El Duderino, if you're not in the whole brevity thing. I watch so little these days. What was the last movie I actually watched? I don't even remember. What were we saying? Least played Resident Evil, not counting remakes, which isn't fair, particularly because like the remakes are not like none of the remakes would be my least played. Umbrella Corps, maybe? Probably Umbrella Corps, actually, yeah. El Dudorino. Or El Dudu for short. Yeah, I remember I bought Umbrella Chronicles because it goes so cheap on sale. I put more time into Operation Raccoon City than Umbrella Corps. That said, Umbrella Corps probably plays better than Operation Raccoon City. Like, I played Umbrella Corps for probably 20 minutes. There's the thing as well, though. Like, I played Umbrella Corps. I played Operation Raccoon City with friends. I played Umbrella Corps once on my own. I don't even have it downloaded on my PS4's hard drive. On my external PS4 hard drive. That I was able to just connect up to my PS5 so I didn't have to re-download my PS4 library. No one plays Resident Evil but you. Ninja, that's just generally me. Nobody plays X but me. Like, I was there a few months ago trying to talk Teak into playing Divinity Original Sin with me. He was like, hey Teak, do you want to do a co-op stream of Divinity Original Sin? And Teak turns around to me and gives me the answer that I was absolutely not expecting. He doesn't own it. What the fuck? I'm like balls deep into playing PS1 games. Yeah, Teak was also surprised. Teak was surprised that he hadn't gotten it free somewhere. Meanwhile, I, like a good little supporter of the arts, actually paid for it. All of you to assume I own Divine Divinity. I don't actually. I have to check GOG real quick. Yeah, I own Divine Divinity. Yeah. I own it on GOG. I thought I got this game free somewhere. No, I own oh, the Guardians of the Galaxy game. I already own it. I finished it on Steam. It was enjoyable enough, but the whole thing they try and do with the soundtrack, whereas like, oh yeah, huddle up and we'll play some classic song that you might have heard of, does not work as well as the movie does when it's not very specifically scripted. But I played through the Guardians of the Galaxy game. It was fun enough. Story was enjoyable. But yeah, I own, I think, all the Divinity games. I do own Divinity Original Sin and Divinity Original Sin 2, though. And because I own Divinity Original Sin on PC, I also own the Enhanced Edition. Which I don't think I ever bought. I think I just got it as a free upgrade without ever checking. Which is nice. Yeah. Got Beyond Divinity in there, that's what I was thinking of. Him's a real original. Is Divinity connected to the Gothic series? I feel like it is.
This big robot is all charged up to meet you. Attacking the power pole should disrupt its power supply.
Thanks, Rogue Squadron narrator. Unfortunately finished a goth. Wasn't the concept of the the first Gothic that you're locked into a prison on an island, and the entire point of the game is to escape the prison? And then the second game is like, off the island and trying to find out why. No, not Risen. No. And like the second game, you get off the island and the point of it's trying to find out why the island was just abandoned and like stuffed with prisoners and such. I remember reading about it, and the sense of escalation of the plot sounded reasonable and interesting. Now to do the rest of the level. One thing I really do appreciate about Spyro 2 and 3 is the boss levels are just you fighting the boss. And they happen between worlds. When you travel between the worlds, you fight the boss. But most of our time in this level is going to be finding treasure. Because there's a stupid amount of it in here. Remember this jump being so finicky. Yeah, I can't think of a pirate game that I would actually end up playing for stream. It wouldn't be Risen. And at this point, it probably wouldn't be Assassin's Creed 4. Yeah, I don't know. Probably wouldn't be any of the Pirates of the Caribbean games. The only thing I can say for certain is that it wouldn't be Risen. I think I own at least one Risen though. Risen 3? I might have gotten Risen 3 free somewhere. You know what? It'd probably be Monkey Island. Monkey Island's a pirate game. It absolutely counts. We'll come back to that. Alright. Ooh, extra life. Yeah, I don't think I'd play Sea of Thieves. Like, I debated it when Teak and Amy were playing it. And I was like, maybe I'll join them. And then it didn't end up happening. I was like, I'm not going to play this multiplayer focus game. I played enough of my single player games. So the hope now is all that's left is that chest and that one platform that I couldn't get to. Thought I could hear one of the thieves doing the little na 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 out the like just on the edge of my hearing, but there are no eggs in this level. I think it's just the music. Right, so this has to be the last of it. I'm literally jumping when I'm off the ground, and it's still not letting me have this. This is why Spyro 2 introduced the hover. So you can make bullshit jumps like this. What I'm gonna tell you, Ninja, is maybe skip Spyro 1. Just play Spyro 2. Why did it look so easy that time? Alright, let's head over to the next world. I'm gonna crack open a fresh drink. I was right, it is Weavers. It's not Cloud Weavers like I thought, but it's Dream Weavers. So there are two worlds in this game called Weavers. Which is dumb. So we get through this world. And then 3 levels in Nasty's world. So while we do the standard cleanup throughout this area, what are some of your guys' favorite lesser-known PlayStation games? Like, everybody knows Metal Gear Solid and Tomb Raider and Crash Bandicoot and Spyro the Dragon. What are some of your lesser-known favourites? Like Poi Poi. Did you play Poi Poi? I played Poi Poi. Maybe I'll show you Poi Poi. That reminds me, I need to spend some time testing out Yaba-san Shiro.
Welcome to the Dreamweavers, young one. While chasing Nasty's
Oh, hey,
goals
Clancy
in this
Brown.
world, you must expect the unexpected and prepare for what is not there.
Again. You know, the worst part about doing this, actually, thinking about it now, is like my intention, and I've stated my intention for Crash and Spyro before. And the idea is to like play through the series in release order. Probably mostly ignoring the handheld games, just talk about the console games. And then, like, do, like, Crash 1, 2, 3, Crash Team Racing, Crash Bash. Wrath of Cortex, Twin Sanity, Crash of the Titans, Mind Over Mutant, and then cycle back around to the remake trilogy. And the same would end up being true of the Spyro trilogy. Do Spyro 1, 2, 3, End of the Dragonfly, Hero's Tale, Legend of Spyro trilogy, skip Skylanders because I'm not even gonna try and make Toy Select bullshit work. But then end up doing the remake trilogy. But that would mean that I would have to play through this game again. And like, I feel like with this playthrough, I've played Spyro 1 enough in my life.
Nasty Nork.
Is that a lady dragon? Right, I can't deal with that guy. I have to go back. Well, listen to it again. Yeah, listen to it again.
The fools you see in this world are invincible, but that does not mean they shouldn't be attacked.
Sounds all right to me.
Okay. Fools in this world are invincible. That does not mean they do not feel pain. Sounds alright to me. Alright. The thing with the Spyro games as well is, like, you have, for 100% completion, you have to kill every enemy. Because every time you kill an enemy, they drop gems. No, they're invincible. They can't die. They will just feel pain. Like, you've got to kill every enemy at least once, because they'll drop a gem the first time. So we have to go back and get this so we can shoot that guy. $300. I hate the clock gimmick in this world. Like, you damage those guys and the clock, they turn into a clock and something in the environment changes until the clock rings. And the last flight level. Here we go. This isn't good. No. I'm curious to see though, like, because I doubt I'm going to end up unlocking all the achievements because there's usually some absolute bullshit ones. So I'm curious to see, like, what achievements will be left after I do this 100%. Oh, those are enemies and not fodder. Alright. Dick. Outflame's power didn't go out again. Is he playing Umbrella Corps? God, is he actually? Like, if Flame's not hanging out in my stream so he can play Umbrella Corps, I'm going to be unhappy. You deserve to die. Alright, here we go. You get dumped for Umbrella Corps. That's how you know you don't have a friend.
Fairies are always on your side, Spyro.
Okay. Need to find a key. Alright, so from the last time I went through this, I remember really hating the boss of this world. So hopefully this goes better than I remember it. There you go, he wasn't playing Umbrella Corps Ninja. Is that the kind of storm where you've got to, like, turn all your stuff, all your appliances off? Just give me false hope. Sometimes I don't think you're my friend. Literally tears off rooftops. What do they call those, hurricanes? Okay. To be fair though, Ninja, since you live in Texas, and you know, they separated their power grid from the national grid, thinking that was a good idea. And it turned out, oh yeah, you've got to actually maybe do something about the infrastructure there. And Republicans being Republicans didn't. I think at this point, the idiots are the people who keep voting them into power.
Ah, Spyro, thanks.
Yeah, Clem.
Supercharge will get you to new places here in Lofty Castle, too. See where it takes you.
I remember what level this is. I hate the supercharge in this game. Fucking bullshit. How you doing, Clem? Yeah, I was surprised to see Clem playing Cthulhu Saves the World. Because that's a PC game. Fell asleep a while. Not entertaining enough for you, I get it. I am actually quite cold. I've been quite cold for a while. And I'm just, like, trying to ignore it. As I play video games. The good news is, I'm pretty sure Cthulhu Saves the World and Breath of Death 7, which are both by the same developer, are Steam Deck verified. Yeah, I think Cthulhu Saves Christmas is available on more platforms than Cthulhu Saves the World, which is why I was surprised Clem was playing Cthulhu Saves the World. Was it Breath of Death 7? Yeah, same developer. I've owned them for literally probably over 10 years at this point, and I bought them super cheap. Yeah, they're fun little, straightforward JRPG types. You can do a lot worse for a whole lot more money. Like, you've definitely paid more for worse. I know I have. Well, I done goofed. Still thinking about previous questions, famous actors in video game. Clancy Brown has been numerous characters in this. Yeah, Clancy, Sam Fisher. Sam Fisher is voiced by Michael Ironside, who has two connections to Clancy Brown. Clancy Brown played the Kurgan, the main villain of the first movie in the Highlander series. Michael Ironside played General Katana, the main villain of the second movie of the Highlander series. Clancy Brown played Lex Luthor in the DC animated universe. Michael Ironside played Darkseid in the DC animated universe. If I recall, the voice of Spyro is the same as the voice for Rocco in Rocco's Modern Life. But he only voices Spyro in this game. After this game, he's voiced by Tom Kenny, who is most known for voicing SpongeBob. Best known, best known. Best known. Did I get a key? Yes. You know, it's nice to see somebody else who's heard of Ugly Americans. Or who has watched Ugly Americans. I really liked Ugly Americans. Game only ran for 2 seasons. Fun fact, Ugly Americans got a tie-in video game released for Xbox Live Arcade, and it is one of the lowest rated games on XBLA. Think about that. I don't know what the problem is, but for some reason Prime Hack doesn't work properly on my computer anymore. And I've tried like re-downloading it and it's not fixed the problem, and it's frustrating. Because, like, Prime Hack is a great way to play Prime 1 and Prime 2. Yeah, I got Prime Hack set up on my Steam Deck and it's really nice. He's lying to you, Ninja. At no point does Jennifer Hale talk as Samus Aran. She did. There's a cut monologue you can find in the game files. The original American release of Metroid Prime 1. Where Samus narrates the opening. And it was cut out for some reason, not entirely sure why. The voice actress for Samus in Metroid Other M, I believe was Jessica Martin? Jennifer Martin? I'm pretty sure it's Jessica Martin. I don't know who voiced Samus in Red. When are you gonna play Other M, Chrono? I don't know. I'm in no hurry to play more Metroid. Then the next Metroid game I'd stream would be Prime 2 anyway. True. We did play that game where every female character was voiced by Jennifer Hale.
The enemies here can be quite frightening, but you should watch the fools.
I'd rather blame the fools.
Now you're thinking.
You know, I've not actually beaten Super Metroid on stream. You know what? Going back to Monkey Island, where Earl Bowen voices LeChuck. Earl Bowen is also in Alundra 2. He plays Zeppo. And again, like, Earl Bowen, you absolutely know who Earl Bowen is, even if you don't know the name. But yeah, I'm probably going to play Alundra 2 some point this year. Probably soon. Actually, if people don't redeem a whole lot before that.
Thank you for releasing me.
It's like, Alundra It's actually Dr. Silberman. Like, not Silver, Silber. Which is weird, because, like, why wouldn't it be Silver? But yeah, like, Alundra was one of the... I streamed Alundra in, like, my first year of streaming. And he's been for years, like, when am I going to get to Alundra 2? And, like, this year is absolutely going to be the year. I think the PS1 generally has a lack of Metroidvanias, because the genre wasn't particularly established. Oh no, if only there was another Metal Gear Solid game where Jennifer Hale voices a character.
You know, I think you just might be the dragon to defeat Nasty.
But, like, if you want an interesting... If you want an interesting Metroidvania game, on PS1, actually predates Symphony of the Night. It would be absolutely worth it to check out Power Slave. Which is a first-person shooter with Metroidvania elements. What's Bloody Raw Extreme on? Yeah, Power Slave. Originally launched on PS1 and Sega Saturn. There was a PC port of it that is basically a completely different game. OG Xbox and GameCube. Because I only think of Bloody Raw 4 from that generation. Primal Fury. I might be aware of that. But yeah, Power Slave. Really cool. A first-person shooter with heavy Metroidvania elements. It was remastered last year, the year before, by Night Dive. And released on... certainly on PC. As Power Slave Exhumed. And Exhumed is the European name for it. And it's really solid. Like, if you want a Metroidvania of a design style that you basically do not see anywhere else, Power Slave, definitely worth checking out. So what you're saying is Metal Gear Solid cast. Lex Lang actually ties into this, though. Because Lex Lang is the modern voice of Cortex in Crash Bandicoot. And Cortex was previously voiced by Clancy Brown. Sounds like a better cast than Mortal Kombat 1 has.
Thanks, Spyro. I'd love to help you catch Nasty, but I'd really hate being trapped in Crystal again.
Don't worry. The
Like,
only one
T
who's gonna get
likes to
trapped
talk
is
about
him.
Warner Brothers stunt casting. And, like, Mortal Kombat 11 was kind of bad for that with Ronda Rousey as Sonya Blade. And it's like, she's not good. She's not a good actress, never mind voice actress. But then Mortal Kombat 1 decides, hey, we can do worse. And they get Megan Fox to voice Nitara, and it is awful. It's a shame as well, because I like Nitara as a character in Deadly Alliance.
Thank you for releasing me.
So it's not 70 dragons. So, the Mortal Kombat movie, the more recent one, is disappointing for several reasons. But, like, Hiroyuki Sanada, great actor, it's always good to see him in stuff. But they should have absolutely just brought Ed Boon back to do Scorpion's Get Over Here. And it's like, I get it. You want to have Scorpion as a character of some kind. But the entire point of it is, like, the voice is always going to be Ed Boon shouting, "Get over here." You don't get to change that. Like I say, the movie was disappointing for other reasons. As well. Yeah, we'll have to get around to doing Mortal Kombat 9, 10, and 11 at some point. Of course, the problem with doing Mortal Kombat 9 is I have to do that Shao Kahn fight again. Alright, one more level in the box. Like, I've beaten Mortal Kombat 9 story mode twice. Once on PS3, once on Vita. And like, I already did that one, didn't I? Lofty Castle, yeah. And like, I could never come up with a way to beat Shao Kahn as Raiden that didn't involve teleport spamming. And you've got to be super careful with it as well. Because, if you time it wrong, he'll absolutely punish you for it. But it becomes one of the most tedious fights, where all you're doing is waiting for him to do something, and then teleporting behind him so you can hit him. And then there's the fun thing after that, though, of like in MK9, Shao Kahn's the big bad badass, who owns the role, who is absolutely like the big guy. And very much a reason why he's Emperor of Outworld. But like every game after that, Shao Kahn's just kind of a joke. And it's really weird. There's like, in the original timeline, Shao Kahn was always a threat. Even after Liu Kang defeated him in Mortal Kombat 3, when Shao Kahn came back, it was like, oh no, Shao Kahn. He's a genuine problem. And to the point where it's like, okay, who won Armageddon? All these different characters have all their endings, and any one of them could reasonably be said to have won Armageddon. Who won Armageddon? Shao Kahn. It wasn't even a contest. And like, Mortal Kombat 9 positions him as like the big villain. Like the most dangerous guy in the realms. Pretty sure that was Shao Kahn. Like, you've got that. And then Mortal Kombat 10 just like, yeah. And then MK11 comes along, and at no point is Shao Kahn ever threatening. And his whole plot significance ends with him being beaten by Mortal Kombat 2 era Katana. And it's like, cool, if Katana of this time period could have beaten Shao Kahn, why didn't she?
Hey, Spyro.
Yeah, they jump in with Shinnok.
There's magic in a fairy's kiss. See what it can do to your power of flame.
And you got Kotal Khan, who's desperately trying to fill Shao Kahn's shoes and can't. It's like, well, have Phil Lamar voice him all you want, he's not Shao Kahn. I feel like Phil Lamar was the voice of Kotal Khan. Then he comes back in 11 and he's just kind of a joke. Let's do this. Yeah, it's something I do like about the backstory of Deadly Alliance. It's like, okay, so Quan Chi and Shang Tsung team up, and they decide, cool, there are two threats we have to take care of. Like, before we even bother trying to do anything, there are two problems we have to deal with. Liu Kang and Shao Kahn. And then the retcon after that as well, of like, did they kill Shao Kahn? Like, nah, Shao Kahn saw that shit coming. Shao Kahn ain't no bitch. Shao Kahn know these sneaky ass sorcerers are gonna betray him.
Hold your horns! Here comes Spyro!
Patience, little one. You'll soon have the opportunity to battle the one who matters most. Nasty Nork.
Oh, goodness. Run! It is kind of funny though to think Shang Tsung shit plan. It is kind of funny though to think of like how did Shao Kahn become the Emperor? By poisoning Onaga. And it's like, oh yeah, Onaga's the big bad threat of deception, and they want to make him out to be a big deal. And so they don't say Shao Kahn bested him in combat. It's like, no, Shao Kahn poisoned him. And it's like, really, Shao Kahn? Shao Kahn didn't just walk up to him and say, fuck you, and smash him in the head with his warhammer? That sounds like something Shao Kahn would do. No, Onaga is reptile. That whole idea is something that I really miss in like the NetherRealm Studio era Mortal Kombat games. Because like in Deadly Alliance, there is so much going on. Everybody's got their own motivations. This it? We're not done. I know there's something else here. Really awkward staircase. Everybody's got their own motivations, and they're not all just grouped into like into like 2 or 3 factions. Because everybody's doing their own thing. Scorpions hunting Quan Chi. Cyrax gets Nitara gets Reptile to damage Cyrax's transportation computer. So she can offer Cyrax a way to get back to Earthrealm in exchange for something. And so she gets him to grab an artifact that will separate her realm from Outworld. Like, it's more interesting than just everybody's either on this side or that side. Yeah, Li Mei being trained by Bo Raicho to save the village from Quan Chi and Shang Tsung because they offer a tournament. The tournament they offer the village of like, if one of you can win, we'll spare your village, and it's a trap. And the person who, like, all the capable fighters who enter the tournament get their souls taken and put into the Dragon King's army. Which then ties in with Li Mei's betrayal of the Earthrealm warriors, because her soul was partially transferred into one of the Dragon King's soldiers before Boraicho was able to stop them and save her. And so she has a connection to the Dragon King because of that, and that's why she betrays them for the sake of the Dragon King, and why she's considered a villain in Armageddon. Where's this one area I'm looking for? Yeah, the introduction of the Red Dragon, which was the original clan the Black Dragon span off from. And there's the whole thing of Cabal's hook swords were originally Mavado's. Or Mavado killed Cabal and took his hook swords, I can't remember which. Mavado killed Cabal and took his hook swords. Where's this entrance that I'm after? But yeah, it was generally just more interesting that way. And, like, simplifying it for the sake of Mortal Kombat 9 made sense. Because MK's 1 through 3 were simple stories, it was Earthrealm versus Outworld. Yeah, Johnny Cage was tired of Hollywood, but also, like, Raiden comes along and is like, yo, dude, we need your help. Johnny Cage is like, fuck yeah. You know, I'm actually quite fond of the, I think is Armageddon alt? Not his Deception alt, because his Deception alt is awful. But there's one where it's like the very classic design. But like the arms are like half ice, and that looks really cool. Like the detail of the arms being like half ice. Sub-Zero's Deception outfit looks way better than his Deadly Alliance outfit, though. Ah, there you go. Yeah, it's a good design, I like that one. What am I missing? Scorpion's look in, like, Deadly Alliance was really cool. I really liked it. And then Deception kind of refined it a little, and it was really cool. Like with the two swords on the back and everything. Yeah, I like his Deception ult as well. Like, I'm missing a dragon and a considerable number of gems. So, like, where the hell are they? Yeah, that, like, ninja style outfit the Scorpion had in Deception, his Deception main costume, really like that one. It's a solid outfit. Deception. Like, it's similar in Deadly Alliance, but I think it looks better in Deception. Some of those character designs were pretty decent. Yeah, which isn't great. Like, so some of those, like, Deadly Alliance Deception outfits were pretty decent. The biggest problem, more than anything, you can see it more on the women than the guys for the most part, is that the character designs themselves, the character models are very ugly. And it's like Jax with the beret. Love that. Jax model is ugly. How the fuck do I get up there? Gonna be honest with you, I've forgotten Jax's ult. Ellen Monks did have good costume. We should try out, did we? There was a reason we didn't try out doing multiplayer, and I think it's because it's basically not great. Like running Parsec, isn't it? Which wouldn't work for a game like Shaolin Monks. Seriously, what is it that I'm missing? I don't remember having this much trouble on this level. I appreciated that the ninjas looked classic but distinct. Like that was a good thing. Underrated. To be fair, Flame, that intro cutscene does not match anything in the game. It's like you start the game up and that's the intro cutscene and it looks great and it's moving great and it's so cool. And then after you escape Shang Tsung's island and everybody just looks way worse in the FMVs all of a sudden. I don't know. I don't know the names. Not until I find them. There wasn't somebody here. There was one here and then one inside. Costco. Good Solo, so yeah, it'd be Jed. Fun fact, do you know how you can unlock Mortal Kombat 2 by doing Smoke's missions? You know, Ninja, you might be thinking of a different level. There's definitely Haunted Towers. Yeah, if you finish all of Smoke's missions in Shaolin Monks, you unlock Mortal Kombat 2. But in the version I played when I was younger, you can't unlock Mortal Kombat 2. And I don't know if it was specifically the console I played it on, or if it's just the European version. I played the original Xbox version when I was younger. And you just can't unlock Mortal Kombat 2 on it. Was this island? Alright, thank you, Ninja. I don't know why I didn't connect to that, because I saw this and was like, how do I get over here? Thank you, Ninja.
You've become a master of the supercharge. Great work.
Well, thanks. My copy of Shaun and Monks didn't have a demo on it. It might have had a trailer. But it didn't have a demo on it. I've played a demo of Area 51, but it was on a demo disc. And I have never played The Suffering 2. Like anything of The Suffering 2. Maybe that was just the American version. This is lasting a long time. Yeah, maybe it was just the American version. Oh, it's infinite. Excellent. I'll go and hit that chest outside. Alright, let's get out of here. I really hope that's the worst of it. So Einhander after this, and then Vagrant Story. Oh fuck, we still gotta do Jacques. I remember Jacques being like the worst level in this. Didn't get the Suffering 2 demo. Yeah, because like I say, I've never played the Suffering 2 in any form. Yeah, we definitely didn't get that either. I say I played an Area 51 demo, but it was on a demo disc. You know what else we didn't get? The GameCube version of Mortal Kombat Deception. Alright. Yeah, the GameCube version that is the version that has aged the best. Because the Xbox and PS2 versions had online multiplayer. Which actually I could be if we can get that working through PCSX2, that could be a fun time. But the GameCube, because the GameCube didn't have online functionality, anything that wasn't Mario Kart, Double Dash, or Phantasy Star Online, there's a specific reason for that. There was something with the broadband connection that Nintendo ended up like really not liking. Possibly a piracy thing. I don't recall the details. But they ended up massively discontinuing the broadband adapter. But because the... Yeah, that's actually a fun idea. Because the GameCube didn't have online functionality, the apology for that, for the GameCube version of Mortal Kombat Deception, was that you get Goro and Shao Kahn as bonus characters. Exclusive to the GameCube version. Or exclusive until the PSP version came out. And the PSP version added 4 more characters. They were characters from Deadly Alliance, and you could tell it was a really quick, just drag and drop thing. Because, like, they had no extra fatalities or anything. In Deception, everybody had 2 fatalities and a Harakiri. Except for these 4 extra characters. Shao Kahn sucked.
Any advice before this battle?
Advice? A wise dragon once told me, aim high in life, but watch out for flying boxes.
Huh?
I don't remember what this fight is. Ah. Oh, I don't remember this fight. I have no idea why he went into a glide, because I didn't press the button. Yeah, Frost, Katana, Jackson, Blaze, all from Deadly Alliance. All just ripped out of Deadly Alliance. It's like all the Deception characters had 2 fatalities and a Harakiri. The Deadly Alliance characters only had 1 fatality. Because everybody in Deadly Alliance only had 1 fatality. That said, though, like, Mortal Kombat Unchained is a thing. It's still really cool to me. It's a 500 level. Does it? That doesn't sound right. Okay, so I got up this way. It's talking about seeing no different than the classic characters in the MK trilogy. Oh, I mean rips out of the game? Yeah. I have to fight this thing again? That's how it's going to be. I'm not fighting it until I'm done. What was I saying though? Yeah, Unchained, I still think is really neat as a thing that exists. But again, that's part of my whole thing of like console games on a handheld. Hell, you're not the only one, Flame. It'd be why they brought Kenshi back as DLC in MK9. Yeah, there was definitely classic Sub-Zero. No, there was classic Sub-Zero in UMK3. Was it Sonya? Ask Sonya?
Thank you for releasing me.
But yeah, like console games on a handheld still to this day is still really cool to me. MK4, MK9. What's the matter? You don't like Hotaru? You don't like Dairu? You don't like Suhao? You don't like Cobra? You don't like Kira? I could keep going. I I remember this being a stupidly difficult jump to make for some reason. Some reason brought back Kai and Jack. It brought them back because the whole point of Armageddon was everybody's here. And it turned out they'd actually missed somebody off. And that somebody was Chameleon with a K, who only appeared in the Nintendo 64 version of Mortal Kombat Trilogy. And so she appears in the Wii version of Mortal Kombat Armageddon. Tiki distracted me. Well, I'm coming in and out all evening you'd side anyway. Yeah, I wouldn't want to stream while somebody's just in my house. That'd be weird. God damn it, Teak. I wasn't even leaning. Yep, it looks like you're up to play whatever we said you were going to play. Man and Conquer. Hi, Katana. I went in a different direction. Every Jennifer Hale game. You know, by definition, that has to include Twin Snakes. Where are the rest of these gems? In the chest, probably, but I don't have a key. You're gonna regret playing Daikatana. You know, it's funny you put that, Seek, because I had genuinely been debating VR missions. Because like, I've done Metal Gear Solid before, and it's like, I haven't done VR missions. As well. Take our companions. You'll take the coward's way out. Like I said, Flame, like, you write down all of Superfly's lines for me. Like, I'll record those for you so you can just insert them into the game. But yeah, like, I would be genuinely hopeful that like Night Dive would look at remastering Daikatana. Because that game is... It has the potential to be something. It's like the pieces are there. I have no idea how I'm actually supposed to get back here. Ooh, Killer 7. Didn't Flame finish System Shock Remake? Yeah, that worked. Ah, okay. I thought you did. I thought that's why he'd stopped playing it and went back to custom Doom WODs. I think I was out that day. Do it again. We're almost there, guys. I can't believe like you taught me into doing this in one session. Alright, let's get out of there. It's like precipitation of Jennifer Hale. Yeah, at this point, I'd say PC.
I already free you?
You're in Nasty's
My
way,
favorite
Spyro.
thing with Killer 7 is like Killer 7 infamously part of the Capcom
Bring
5.
'em on. I'm ready.
Reach the exit in each of
So like it comes out on
Nasty's
GameCube,
levels.
doesn't sell
Then
well,
Nork
so they
himself.
port it to PS2. But the fun thing with that, I think, is that it sells worse on PS2, which is just amazing. Once, a long time ago, I streamed the only game in the Capcom 5 that remained exclusive to the GameCube. EN03. An even longer time ago, I had that game and I beat it. It's only 4 games, Flame. Beautiful Joe. More people remember Beautiful Joe than Killer 7. If only Capcom would re-release it. Oh, Beautiful Joe's part of the Capcom 5. It's Resident Evil 4, PN03, Beautiful Joe, Killer 7, and Dead Phoenix.
Keep up the good work, Spyro. I expect Nasty's really starting to worry about you.
I'd be shaking in my Nork
Sure, I'll
boots
take care
if
of
I
Dead
were you.
Phoenix. How do I deal with this guy then?
Move fast, baby, don't be slow. Oh, step aside, reload, time to go. I can't seem to control.
I don't know why that worked. Alright, so this level's pretty simple. The next one I think is a little more complicated. And then we're at the final level. Ah, you take care of yourself, Flame. He was so close to making it to the end as well. Yeah, I didn't think that'd work. Oh, but don't die. Right, so you heard it here first, folks. If Flame doesn't die in the storm today, he'll be playing Daikatana with the companions on. What a brave man. Oh, shit. Yeah, no, that's fair. Honestly, it's stupid that Daikatana launched without quick saves. Alright.
Wow! I never thought I'd be rescued, especially by such a little dragon. What I mean is, I always believed in you, Spyro.
You gotta believe.
Pretty sure that's a Parappa the Rapper reference. Which is weird, because I don't think there's any other references like it in the game. I love a chain reaction. Like dominoes. No, we're not done here. Can I even get back? Yeah, that worked. I didn't see a chest. I didn't even need the key for the chest. You know what? I appreciate that. That's actually nice. Nice little idea. It's like, oh yeah, there's a key in here, but like the other chests, you can just blow this chest open. You don't see that kind of thing often. Usually it's something like, you can't blow this chest open, it has to be the key. So we beat this level and we're in the final boss. We're almost there. They have guns now. Like, they stopped screwing around, they're just like, yeah, guns. The final boss of this game is, Chase. It's a sequence of, like, 3 chases. And the most frustrating part about it is, if you die at any point, you restart the entire thing over again. It is also a level with more treasure. No. Boss fight goes the same way whether or not you've gotten everything up to that point or not. Like I say, you can't actually finish the game with 100% the first time, because the last dragon you need to get is only accessible after you finish the game. No, the only barriers, the only barrier to entry is actually getting into Nasty's world. If you can get into the world, then nothing's holding you back from it.
Thank you for releasing me.
Fucking guys. Yeah, it's not like Mario 64 where they'll let you into the final star door, but then it's like, oh, the endless staircase. Like, if you can get into the final world, you can go through the levels and get to the fight with Nasty and do it there. And things like that just make sense to us as kids.
on the lookout for Nort Commandos, Spyro.
They better be on the lookout for me.
Be on the lookout for those guys you've already dealt with a dozen times. One last bout of supercharged bullshit. And by one, I really mean two. You maybe? I forget if I need to turn. I don't think I do. I'll have to go through and check. Alright, here we go. No, I don't think there's anything else to use the supercharge with. I don't think you could do I don't think you could do a turn that sharp. No. Yeah, these gun knocks, just irritating. Like the smaller ones will just aim straight for you, is why they take longer to set up. Why did that hit me? This is bullshit. There's a reason to never bring this concept back. Don't tell me there's gems I've missed. Give me more supercharged nonsense, isn't it? Yeah. Okay, so I missed a bunch of stuff. Yeah, what'd you find, Ninja? Unsurprising. Also unsurprising, they're fairly popular games. I mean, I feel like it's something you've just generally got to expect. Bearing in mind that Max Payne 1 is a game from like 2002, not 2000, 2001. But it ties into one of the big frustrations with Steam. That they sell games that just will not work on... You could say modern systems, but really anything. And it's not like Steam itself is supported on older systems. Didn't I see something recently that Steam's stopping support for Windows 7? And so it's like, cool, if you don't support Windows 7, why are you selling games that aren't supported on anything past Windows XP? Or just games that just outright don't work. Alright, here we go, final boss. And it's like, you can buy stuff like Jedi Knight Dark Forces 2, will not work. Guarantee you buy that, it will not work. It's on sale. Been on sale for years. You can purchase it, it won't work. And you got stuff like Silent Hill Homecoming, the PC port of that. Absolute garbage port, ain't gonna work on your modern system either. So why is Steam selling stuff like that? There we go, glad I decided to double check. How many is it? 500 in this level. A bunch of those probably come from Nasty. Alright. Yeah, you want to be careful with this, because, like, if you die here, you have to do the whole thing again. Like, the first two thieves, and then Nasty. Alright, 2 more hits. 50 gems each. And that should be all the gems. Oh, never mind. But that's 100% there.
Sorry I took so long. I kind of forgot about you.
What about Ganasty Ganork?
Nasty Nork is toast.
So now there's order again in the Dragon Kingdom?
Well, mostly. I've still got some treasure to pick up.
What will you do next?
I'd say the sky's the limit.
And that's the ending. Hope it was worth it. Thanks, Lino. Yeah, so this is like Crash Bandicoot, like Crash 2 and Crash 3. You have to see the regular ending before it'll let you get the 100% ending. You weren't even watching Ninja. Getting back to me being done. Don't worry, you still got the bonus that you get for 100% completion. So now that we've beaten Nasty Nork, this dragon's here.
Nasty's ancient history now. So, what's in there?
I believe this is Nasty's treasure hoard. But the gate will not open until you have found everything in the Dragon Kingdom. Come back when you have reached 100%.
Here it is. The last level. The level you get for finishing everything. You get permanent flight for it. You can only fly as high as where you jump from. So the goal of the level is to keep getting higher. And catch the thieves. Catching the thieves will unlock new pathways for you to get up, so you can get higher. And so that's the goal of this level. Get as high as you can so you can get all the treasure. And I think it's 2,000? Yeah, 2,000. Which ties into what the dragon was saying at the beginning of the game. Whereas, like, we have 12,000 treasure, or is it 14? There's 12,000 in the game, and then the last 2,000 is here. Nasty was hoarding it. I think the whole point of it is supposed to be, oh, you get the free flight around this level. Like, there's your reward, free flight in this one level. You can't go back and do the other levels with free flight. Even though to get to this point, you have to have finished like everything. You have to have gotten everything. Spyro 2 has probably a better reward for 100%. You get infinite super flame. And there's actually a glitch you can pull off in Spyro 2, which will then... you can start a new save file with the Super Flame. So you can do the whole game from the beginning with the Super Flame, which is really nice. I don't even remember what the bonus is in Spyro 3. You get to watch all the cutscenes. Yeah, Spyro 2 and Spyro 3 are both, like, bigger on story and character. Alright, so where's the thief gone? I know I saw him. Oh, I got a key anyway, didn't I? That doesn't really matter. Here he is, character development. No, you get jokes at best. That's all that happens. Not really. Like, there is no character growth. Everybody ends pretty much the same as they begin. Insomniac would do more in terms of like character and development and character growth with the Ratchet and Clank series. So I think it helps that they owned Ratchet and Clank. I think Spyro was always owned by Universal. Despite being created by Insomniac, it was always a Universal thing. Because it was created to be published by Universal. No, I'm not sure of the specifics of it. But Insomniac still puts out Ratchet and Clank. They put out Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart. Like, not that long ago. I think that was after Spider-Man PS4 came out. Come on. Keep running to that pipe. Got him. I don't like this firework. There's gotta be another firework. There you go. Let's check what's behind there. Picture of Nasty Nork. That's it. That's 100%.
Spyro the Dragon, you've defeated Ganasty Gnorc, collected the dragon eggs, saved all the dragons, and recovered every bit of treasure in the Dragon Kingdom. How do you feel?
I feel fired up, Bob. And I'm happy for the dragon world, of course. I certainly wouldn't want to spend the rest of my dragon days butting heads with Nasty Nork and his weird minions.
What's a minion?
Never mind. You know what they say. For every good battle, you need a good adversary. And I felt that Nasty, in spite of his misguided nature, was a worthy opponent. Uh-oh. Here we go again.
And then you get the credits again. I don't want to play Spyro 1 again. Like, really, ever. It's not a bad game. Like, then we never had to play the game ever again. There's the possibility I might end up doing it again on the Reignited trilogy. Maybe. I don't know. But like, I'd be perfectly happy to just skip this on the Reignited trilogy. It's not like it's a bad game. It's a solid game. Enjoyable enough platformer. Well, Reignited's still the same game, is the main thing. It's just visually different. And the voices are different. I do know, like, more of the dragons that you rescue have unique lines, unique dialogue. There's much less of them that just say thank you for releasing me. They all have unique designs, I think. They all have like new animations and stuff, which is really nice. And there's stuff like Dark Hollow in like the first world has like a lot more detail, and they've added flourishes and touches. So it looks like a library, which is interesting. And that's like the only visual difference I can recall off the top of my head. But yeah, like Spyro 1's fine. I just don't want to do it again. I feel like it's simple enough to do 100%, but it's also frustrating enough to do 100%. But there's also the thing of like, if you're not doing it 100%, it feels kind of worthless. You get what I mean? There's also a thing in the Reignited trilogy, there's a door here. Which might open when you get 100%. I don't remember. I think there was basically nothing there behind it. It's just there's a door there now. But that's Spyro the Dragon. Game number 2. Next up is going to be Einhander. which was redeemed by Ninja. And following that will be Vagrant Story, redeemed by Flame. Following that will be Metal Gear Solid VR Mission, redeemed by Teak. I'm going to aim to finish Iron Hunter. I'm going to very much intend to finish Vagrant Story. Metal Gear Solid VR missions, I cannot guarantee I'll finish that. You'll get at least one good session out of it. But like doing all 300 of the VR missions is, it's an ask. It's a really big ask. But yeah, that's what we've got coming up. If nobody ends up redeeming more PS1 games before we've done those, then who knows, Luna Silver Star Story Complete maybe, or Blood Omen, possibly 102, maybe Bugs Bunny Lost in Time, who knows. But yeah, I want to thank everybody for joining the stream. I always really appreciate the support. Big special thank you to everybody in chat. Chat is always the best part of the stream. Ninja, Teak, Flame, Lino, Amber for the raid. We saw credits twice. I think that was it. I think that was everybody. Like, thank you so much for joining me, especially everybody who stuck around this long. It was a pretty long stream. But that's all of Spyro 1. That's Spyro 1, 120%. Fuck Dragon's Gate. Yeah, so ideally we're going to be back tomorrow and we'll be doing Iron Hunter. Which, if you've never seen Iron Hunter, like, it's worth seeing. It's really good. Went above and beyond, Teak. Above and beyond. Like I say, saw the credits twice. But I guess there's not really anything else to say. The year of PlayStation continues, as we play nothing but PlayStation 1 games. Once again, coming up will be Iron Hunter, Vagrant Story, and Metal Gear Solid VR missions. Expect at least one of those to be completed. I think if we get 2 more point redemptions for games after that, I might turn it off for a little while so we can get through those games and then do a few things I want to do. We'll see. Because I want to get Luna Silver Star Story done this year. Like that was something that should have been done ages ago. So I want to get that done. But yeah. Anyway, not really much else to say except thank you all for watching. Have yourselves a fantastic time of day, and take care. Catch you next time, guys. Bye.